the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday night. Happy Saturday night. I've pulled myself away from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Just enough time to eat and then also play this tonight. Higurashi. Stream number 4? I always hate to do this in general. Long time or medium time viewers of the channel know I hate doing the normal thing like, oh, click subscribe or whatever the fuck people say. So I'm not doing that. But I will say, and I hate cross promoting different series, but I will just, speaking of Final Fantasy, like, I know it's a lot. Over the past week the game's been out, I've played a lot of Final Fantasy VII. So if you were to start in on it, like watching it, it would be a lot. But it's not only been a super fun play, but I think it's a super fun watch, if I do say so myself. And like I said, it's many hours at this point already with just 1 week of the game being out. So it would be a lot. But especially, I think it's a fun watch. I've been having a great ass time with it. Yeah. And there's still probably going to be many, many, many hours of that, but highly recommend. Especially, like I know especially audience-wise, right? Like, the Higurashi audience is probably far away, not tangentially close to the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth audience, probably. That's why I generally don't go like, oh, you should watch this, but whatever. But like I said, I think, especially if you're like, I'm not going to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on my own, but I just want to watch like a fun watch, I think that game is along those lines. That's what I would say for Final Fantasy VII. Had a lot of fun. Have had a lot of fun. I think, 8 or so streams of it so far? It's a lot. Anyway, I got a great recap here for Higurashi. To catch you up on Higurashi, especially if you did not watch the last stream on Tuesday, we started this past week, finally came in we started the weekday Higurashi stream on Tuesdays, which should be the normal type schedule. What happened on Tuesday? I recall everything perfectly, 100%. So they held the festival. They continued, the friend group continued, the club? Is it fair to call it club? Sure. The club continued their shenanigans, where they compete to try to outdo each other in little games, little competitions with stakes attached to them, sometimes big, sometimes little. Photographer guy was there, ended up showing up, and maybe unfairly, I was like, oh, that's weird, he's really sticking around a lot. He was like, hey, I don't know if he initiated it or someone in the club initiated it, but they were like, hey, do you want to join us? And he was basically like, oh, sure. So he joined them for a round of games. He sucked. They did like a shooting little game. They had different strategies for the little carnival game that they played. They also did another game where they tried to, I thought it was kind of funny, a funny setup, where they were like, try to find the most cute thing for Rena to react to. Essentially using Rena's personality as like a barometer for success during this challenge. So that was fun. Not a ton to say during that. There was like a joke during it. We saw like the blossoming even more of what seems, I would say, seeds are being planted of, we're potentially seeing the relationship between Rena and our main guy Kechi. They seem to be getting, I don't know how to put it, friendlier friends. Should I put it like that? That's fair. We're starting to at least see that Kechi is like reciprocating, like, hey, I like hanging out with Rena. We're, this could be something, maybe I'm misreading that. Then towards the end of the festival, we saw, what's her name? Rika? One of the littlest of them. I think the littlest, now I think about it. She did her little dancing thing. She had trouble because she's small in stature. She was holding like a flag or a stick or something They did a dance, yada, yada, yada. They learned more about the origins of the festival. Then there was a moment where Ketchy was kind of by himself for a quick sec, when I think Rika had to like pack up some shit or something. And it was by a babbling brook, I believe, of some sort, maybe. And our home guy with the camera, Tomatake, and someone I think was new, blonde-haired girl who was with him, it seemed. They were a pair. Went up to Ketchy, and Ketchy's like, ah, shit, he's leaving. This may be my last chance to try to get any more info about the sketchy stuff that happens. And the origins of the festival kind of combined with this. And they were telling somewhat like, oh, you know, this person died, then this person died, and it's always on the day of the festival, and that's why we do the festival, and yada yada. And they're constantly like, hey, but you have nothing to worry about, because those have been debunked. There's nothing to worry about. Those deaths are not tied to the festival. In fact, you know, some of them are just disease and unfortunate falling or something. You know, stuff like that. Someone was lost. They had reasons for everything. But of course, Ketchy's mind is running rampant, right? He's like, oh, fuck, this is not good. So then Tomatake, I think the whole thing was that he was going to be leaving. That was like his last night there. Blonde-haired lady kind of gave me some weird vibes. I made the joke that'll go live. So part 3 that we did on Tuesday is actually going to go live on YouTube on tomorrow morning. And I made the joke. They very much did like the, hey, we noticed your vibes from across the bar type thing, because Ketchy was just minding his own fucking business. And then Tomatake and this blonde-haired lady, that I don't know if we got her name or not, but probably, but maybe not. I don't remember. But she's blonde-haired lady. They just kind of like sauntered up to him and were like, hey, let's kind of creep him out for whatever reason. Like, blonde-haired lady seemed to be liking it too much. If I'm being 100% honest, she seemed, was it the opposite? That's not how my memory goes up to that. My memory is that he was like by the river or something, and then the dude with the camera and blonde-haired lady was like, shoom, 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 you know, and like, hey, let's talk about it. But you know, it actually makes more sense if he went up to them, because I literally just said like, I literally was like, hey, he saw the opportunity to ask them more about it, because he was like, it's my last chance. So I said that earlier, but again, in my head, it's funnier to me if they went up to him. But you're right. He went to them, and then, but like, fact remains, blonde-haired lady was still getting too much enjoyment out of this, I think. She seems sketchy. On the sketchy meter, she's pretty high up there. Then they kind of like left, because I think they were like, not like, it wasn't 100% verbalized or said, but like they were gonna go like, I think bone before he left or something. There was something weird. I just remember like there was something where they were like, where are you staying? And he was like, I'm gonna catch up, and if you go, wait for me over there. And then like they were like, let's go have sex in a hotel or something. I think something along those lines are said. But again, my memory might be misremembering that section. They caught back up with the rest of or Ketchy went back, got the rest of the group. They kind of left. I think him and Rina kind of went, you know, have like the longest to go, like the furthest to go, like they live the furthest out maybe. So it usually ends up them two being together towards the end until they get to his house. Let me say this. Wouldn't you take the opportunity to scare teenagers shitless for giggles if you could? See, that's the thing. I wouldn't be hanging out with teenagers. And I think that's why I generally don't like camera guy, Tomatake, and blonde-haired lady. Like, it's just weird to me. That's why I think I get the vibes. I don't willingly subject myself to hanging out with a kids group, but maybe that's just me. So they went to the thing, and, the important thing. This is going to be an important thing, right? So during the festival thing, it was, the knowledge was, imparted, right? That during Tomatake and blonde-haired lady recounting stories of like the coincidences of the killings and everything, right? he was like, hey, people show up to this festival now and we do this festival because of superstition. A lot of it. That's why it's so packed and so popular, and because people are, for some reason, under the assumption that if they show up, they are protected from dying, getting the mysterious death marked on them, right? And he's like, oh, fuck, oh, whatever. So then, the final thing, other than the tips that we read at the end of the thing, right? The biggest reveal there at the final bit was Ketchy goes into his house. And he's like, he sees his mom. And then his mom was like, oh, we didn't make it to the festival. Your dad didn't wake up. He kind of sucks. Like, I can't get a read on the dad. The side note, like, the dad is weird. Something weird about, there's something weird about Ketchy's dad, but we got to put that to the side. She said, oh, Ketchy's dad, didn't wake up, so we didn't make the festival. And she's like, oh, it's such a bummer. Festival. But we were literally just told that people go to the festival to not die, basically, superstition wise. And so bam, cut to black, and then you're like, oh shit, his parents are in trouble. Now here's the thing, if you would have asked me at the start of it, like after the first stream, I would have been like, oh, kids are dying, right? But now, guess what? Parents are marked for death. But here's the thing, and don't take this out of context, but I like killing kids. So, like, now I'm like, oh, is the group of kids not dying? Is it going to be the parents and the adults around the kids? Do we still have the kids maybe dying later on? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Because who's dying? Who's dying in this story? Someone's dying. And the end of where we just ended was like, oh shit, like purposely marked the parents are in trouble because they couldn't make it to the festival. You know? Let me see this. I gotta catch up on chat here real quick before we load the game up. I know I'm rambling to a black screen. It's just my voice. Spoilers, the villain is Kraus trying to level the idyllic town and make a resort. Yeah, I think I mentioned this before, but like the two stark differences even this early in Higurashi is like Umineko, a bunch of adults or older people that mostly suck and you love to hate them and their faults are very apparent, and then there's a lot of drama that ensues from that, and I think that really pulls me. Higurashi, at least right now, feels a lot different. I think because of that, they're obviously younger, that's an obvious thing, but they're a lot more innocent. Their faults so far, at least at this exact moment, aren't too like, you know, like there's that thing, there's the idea that like, you know, as you get older and your personality solidifies and everything, like your faults are easier to spot, or you're more accepting of your own faults. So you don't care if you display those faults more, right? As you're a kid, you're still malleable. You're still like, there's that innocence factor. And so you as an onlooker or as a third party, like reading the story, right? Like you're not like, oh, this kid sucks. You're like, oh, this kid is adorable. Or, you know, oh, they make a mistake, but you're like, oh, it's fine. They're a fucking kid, you know? Don't take this out of context. I like killing kids. Hey, I'm just trying to get my point across, you know? I'm just trying to get my point across. I digress. Mind your ears. Don't know how I'll go from here, but the faults of the characters are a lot more prominent at the start of Umineko. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, there are those cicadas. And now we're here. Look at that. Like a 10-minute recap of the last stream. So if you didn't catch on Tuesday's stream, look at that. Me being nice. I literally recounted everything perfectly. Don't even worry about the two adults, the camera guy and blonde lady walking up. Like, just substitute whatever happened with how I recounted it, okay? And then if you do that, you got an accurate recounting of the last 2.5 hours on Tuesday. No. Smiley face. Okay. So we are in it. We are straight up into chapter what? Into chapter 7 then? I love how in like it's just black screens because it literally is taking I'm saving in between like the starts of chapters and stuff or the in-betweens, you know? But if you're just to be like, "Hey, where was I?" Oh, just black screen. Great. Very helpful. Thank you, game. I think during Umineko I was saving a lot more in the middle of sections though, so I guess that's to be what's the word I'm looking for? Understood. There we go. My brain kept wanting to say understandable. That doesn't make sense. Alright, I'll just audio once we get in there. So the parents dying? That's the question. The question of the hour. The question of the hour. There's another Umineko streamer who has people pop in during episode 3 without watching before and are like, so what's going on, lol? That's funny. Probably someone, I would assume someone more popular than me because, like, other than, like, a couple people that obviously I know, like, personally, I'm pretty sure anyone who watched either live or the archived things on YouTube of the Umineko stream were, like, people, obviously, that already had watched or know of Umineko. Maybe that's a bold assumption of mine to make. I would just be surprised if someone came into my stream that I don't personally know that was also like didn't already know what was happening. And then they were like asking me like, oh, what is this? That's what I would think. Mion says, good morning. Alright, I'm gonna adjust audio a bit up. Just a bit. There we go, we'll try that for a sec. Nice job yesterday, Ki-chan. You didn't do so badly yourself, Mion. Yesterday was fun. Oh, that's right, Ketchikan. Thank you very much. Now, the one thing I forgot to mention about the Tuesday stream was they made a specific point that the people die the night of the festival. So in theory, we're in the morning after. So if someone was to die for the festival occurrence, you would imagine they're dead at this point. So if, like, they're meeting outside his house, if the parents were dead, wouldn't he have seen them? Unless they just disappeared. Unless with the next sentence I'm about to click and it says, like, Ketchy didn't see his parents, and he didn't get his breakfast or something. Because he's too lazy to make his own breakfast. He didn't get... Really, like, the mom made, like, a million things, like bacon, eggs, and shit. Maybe it's no breakfast for him. I'm just theorying right now. Oh, that's right, Ketchikan. Thank you very much. For Mr. Bear. Oh yeah, she got the big bear. It's no Colonel Sanders, but... Ketchy says, I'm glad you like it. Don't use it as a pincushion, though. I wouldn't. Maybe the principal died. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom, but the moment I stepped into the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled to the brim with water, and unfortunately, my foot stepped right into it. My now, how diligent of you to mop the floor this morning. Ah, she got close. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Whip, whip. Back up. Blah! Ketchy-san flicked my forehead. You should set a more brutal trap next time. Seeing that, Rina began to swoon as Mion looked on in disbelief. Everything was the same as always. Everybody was there and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished. What is it, Ketchikan? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe? Maybe?
I
slept like a log, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. You shouldn't do that. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off to their seats. So far, nothing out of sorts. Good morning, everyone. So yesterday was the festival. Thank you to all the people who stayed until the very end to help clean up. We were all slackers, so none of us actually helped clean up. Actually, I had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. Okay then, this time of year, you might see some people here from out of town doing interviews about the festival for magazines. I thought it was the usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out, but then I noticed the different tone in her voice and started paying attention. Oh shit, the kids are getting media trained. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that could be taken the wrong way. Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's a funny way of writing, ma'am. What she said was really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, don't spout stupid shit you think is funny. And now, I was one of ones who needed to keep their mouths shut. I found it rather cute how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. When's the shoe gonna drop? Something bad's gonna happen. We're setting up for bad. I was summoned to club activities after school. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we just spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Ketchy really caught me there. Today, let's play a classic game of deduction. How about this one? Oh, a game from overseas? Looks interesting. The instructions are in English. But the rules don't seem that hard. I won't lose you here. I'm not too bad at this game. It seemed that Rina didn't handle this kind of game very well. The rules are, the person who can match the murderer, weapon, and the scene of the crime wins. Oh shit, they're playing Clue? There were 3 kinds of cards comprised of suspects, weapons, and locations. I could see that the names Mion and Rika were written on the suspect cards. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. There are plenty of different weapons too. Like knives, axes, and poison, the candlestick. Just always remember the candlestick. The locations are pretty nice too. Like the living room, the study, and the courtyard. So basically, you take out one of each of the cards. These are the answer cards. So we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out. We ask each other about the cards and figure out the right ones. Ah, I see. So the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators.
答えが分かったら挙手。
Then you raise your hand if you know the answer.
ゲームを終了して答えが正しいかを確認。
The game ends, and we check if the answer is correct.
正解なら勝ちで1ポイント。
If you're right, then you get a point.
外れていればマイナス1ポイント。
If you're wrong, then you lose a point.
正解してもしなくてもゲーム終了だから、カードは集めて仕切り直しってわけ。
Since the game ends, even if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed.
やってみればわかるでございますわ。
You'll learn as you go.
結構頭を使うでございますわよ。
You really have to use your brain.
メモを取りながらじゃないと混乱しますです。
You'll get confused if you don't take notes.
あとはやって覚えるさ。で、ミオン、
The rest you can figure out by playing. So, Mion,
今回の罰ゲームは何だ？
what's the penalty this time? Everyone directed their attention to Mion.
そうだね。
Let's see.
じゃあ昨日の疲れも多少あるだろうから、今日はソフトに。使いっ走りの刑はどう？
We're all still a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy with a gopher penalty.
みんなからお使いを頼まれて、それを買いに走るってわけ。
You'll be asked to rush out and buy stuff for everyone.
つまりジュースとかお菓子とかを買いに行かされるんだね。
So, just being asked to go buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess.
今日の罰ゲームは簡単そうな気がしますです。
I feel like the penalty today is pretty simple. I wonder, is it really?
やはりケイチさんもそう思いますですの？
Is Kechi-san thinking what I'm thinking?
ああ、
Yeah.
何を買いに行かされるかわからないからな。
You don't know what you'll have to go buy. I'm betting Mion would send out whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual or other crazy stuff. Condoms and marshmallow fluff. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each other. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the murder have been taken out. So that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards.
じゃあ1番は部長の私から行くよ。
Then, I'll go first since I'm the club president, I guess.
ミオン、ナイフ、書斎。
Well then, Mion, knife, study. You pick one suspect, weapon, and murder scene, and ask the other players. If you have any of those cards, then you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have.
あ、俺持ってるぜ。
Yeah, I got it.
レナもあるよ。
Me too.
僕も持ってますです。
I have one.
完全な同志ですわね。
Oh my, all of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mion, knife, and study. So that means that Mion and knife and study are all in the clear. Gotta jot that down.
じゃあレナはね、レナ、オノ、ラウンジだよ。
Then I'll go Rena, Axe, Lounge. And I pause there for a second because my brain gears are going on. This feels weirdly like foreshadowing. Especially the cards are named have their names and then it's weapons and shit. Dude, my brain is like all over the place with what exactly is gonna be like the big thing happening. Obviously, there's gonna be death involved in some sort of fashion. I don't know how necessarily, but there's something eerie about like they're talking about rooms and then their own names are on the cards and then murder weapons. I should be taking notes. Rena, Axe, Lounge. Or actually, it should be, I should take note of the ones that actually end up being the ones that were selected, right? Just a coincidence. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Rena, Axe, and Lounge, one of them is correct and is part of the crime. Question mark? That's not necessarily true. A good clue player would tell you that sometimes to mix everyone up, you gotta guess a card you have in your own hand. Because then they might not know that card, that you're saying that card. Because you can contain a card, I don't know if the game is about to say something like that along the lines, but the thing is, if you're like, if I have the axe in my hand and I guess axe, and no one says they have the axe, potentially, then I just confused a bunch of people, even though I know I have the axe. Whatever. No, wait, even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Satoko or Rika-chan has 2 of the cards.
じゃあ次はケイちゃんだね。どうぞ。
And that's also another factor to it. They could say they could have 2 of them, but they only have to say they have at least 1 of them. Whatever. Well, Kei-chan is next. Go ahead.
待ってくれよ。
Oh, wait, just a little.
まだ整理中。
I'm still sorting things out. The game had me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it's going to be tough.
よっしゃ、犯人確定。
Alright, now I have the criminal.
何？
What?
も
Already? Here I'm spinning around in circles, and Mion just now raises her hand.
犯人はリカちゃん。
The murderer is Rika-chan.
凶器は毒物で、犯行現場は医務室。
In the infirmary. With the poison.
どう？
Well, Mion drew the cards in the box, and we checked to see if her deduction was right.
正解だね。
I was right.
あと一手だったですのに。
All I needed was one more hand.
毒物かピストルかわからなかったでございます。
I couldn't tell whether it was poison or a pistol.
ピストルなんか使わないです。
I'd never use a pistol.
毒物でじわりじわりがいいのです。
I like killing them slowly with poison. Alright, noted. I'll remember that, Rika. Rika-chan said such a hugely terrifying thing with such a sweet little face. Rika might be getting, like, my second favorite character role right now. I think right now it's like Mion, Rika, below that. Colonel Sanders number 3. Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Rina and I were left out in the cold though.
ケイチ君はどうだったかな。
How do you do, Kechi-kun?
レナは全然。
I couldn't get it at all.
安心しろ。
Don't worry.
俺もさっぱりだ。
I had no idea either.
二人とも何自信ないこと言ってんだか。
How can you both be so unsure?
二人仲良くビリになっちゃうよ。
You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's even worse. Going off buying something together as a couple. What if we ended up having to buy the Happy Family Planning Manual?
ケイチはこのゲーム苦手そうな顔してますです。
I can tell from Kechi's expression that he's not very good at this game.
な、
What?
全然そんなことはないぞ。
That's not true.
次でシャーロック前原の実力を見せてやる。
I'll show you the true power of Sherlock Maibara during the next round.
あら、それはいいですわね。
My, that sounds just wonderful.
徹底的に叩きのめして差し上げますわ。
I shall give you quite the thrashing. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game, but I was still always a step or two behind. I saw that Mion was somehow gleaning information from how the others were asking their questions. That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I became ruthless. Just start swinging fists. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win at the game. Eureka!
あ、ごめん。ちょっとトイレ行ってくるな。
Ah, sorry. Need to go to the bathroom.
ゆっくりブリブリしておいで。
Take your time and squeeze out a nice one. Okay. Alright.
それ下
Easy.
品。
Mi-chan, that's gross. I had them hold off the game and headed down the hall. The air was crisp. It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body heat. On the school grounds, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Rina had made her way over towards me.
ケイチ君、ひょっとしてレナのこと呼んだ？
Kechi-kun, did you call for me?
ああ、読んだ。
Yeah, I did. As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Rina. I'm glad it worked out.
時間の無駄なので、単刀直入に行く。
I don't want to waste much time, so I'll get right to the point.
レナ、お前の今日のゲームの過去の戦績は？
Rina, What's your record at this game we're playing today? She was taken aback. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her mouth.
全敗だよ。
Well, losses?
どうしてそんなこと聞くんだろう。
Why do you ask? I wonder. I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing.
このままでいくと俺もそうなる。
The way things are going, I will as well.
今日のゲームは大逆転の秘策が思いつかない。
Can't figure out a way to pull off a last-minute comeback on this one.
じゃあ今日の罰ゲームはケイチ君と一緒なのかな。
So, I guess both of us will be taking that penalty.
おいおい、早くも負けを受け入れるなよ。
Hey, don't accept defeat already.
勝ちに行こうぜ。
How about we win this?
俺たちで。
Both of us.
でもどうやって？
But how can we? I brought my lips up to Rina's ear. Whisper, whisper. Whisper, whisper.
そんなのありなのかな。
Huh? Is that allowed?
忘れたのかレナ。快速第2条だぞ。
Did you forget, Rina? The second rule of our society.
勝つために全ての努力をしよう。
Do everything in your power to obtain victory.
頑張るよ。
Yeah, I'll try my best. What's the sneaky plan? Our plan of attack was a quite rudimentary one. At first I was just gonna guess that they were just gonna share their cards. But at the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we'd reveal our hands out to each other. Alright, that's exactly what I thought. If we did it, it's not as sneaky as it could possibly be. If we did it under the desk, then nobody would know. We'd begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much information would mean we'd need to investigate less.
この作戦なら他の連中よりも確実なリードを持って開始できる。
With this sort of plan of attack, we start off with a big lead over the other guys. And somehow we'll still find a way to lose. Don't worry.
これなら今度こそ勝てそうだよ。
Yeah, with this we can probably win. We both smirked at each other. It was if I was the shady businessman, then Rina was a corrupt senator. Pleasure doing business with you.
じゃあ早速戻ろうよ。二人で組んでみんなをあっと言わせちゃおう。
Then let's hurry back. We'll work as a duo to surprise everyone.
おいおい、
Hey now,
二人で一緒に戻っちゃ意味ないだろ
there's no point if we go back together.
う。いかにも打ち合わせしてきましたって感じだぞ。
It would be like flat out telling them we made a little arrangement.
あ、ごめん。じゃあどうしよう。
Oh, sorry. Then what should we do?
レナは先に戻れ。
Go back ahead of me, Rina.
俺は洗面所で顔でも洗ってのんびりしてから戻る。
I'll take my time coming back after washing my face or something.
わかったね。
Okay, got it. Rina turned around and headed back to the classroom. Guess I should wait a bit longer before going back. If I went too soon, it wouldn't seem like I went to the bathroom. Mion or one of them suspected something, then there could be problems. Well, they figured it out sooner or later, because both Rina and I would start winning over and over again. Both Rina and I will have earned enough points to avoid it being losers by the time Mion realized what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all.
前原くん、
Maebara-kun,
ちょっといいですか？
may I have a moment? Uh-oh. Huh? It's a teacher. Man, things are just getting good.
何ですか？今ちょっと大事な。
What is it? I'm a bit...
前原くんにお客さんがいらしてますよ。
You have a guest. Oh, it better not be Tomatake. I swear to God. Get him out of here.
昇降口へ行ってください。
Please make your way to the entrance.
お客さん？
A guest?
俺別にお店なんか開いてないし。
It's not like I own a hotel.
待たせていますよ。早く行ってきなさい。
They have been waiting. Please hurry. Right before my big match was pretty bad timing to have a visitor, but the very fact that someone was here to see me was strange enough to pique my interest. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway, if it's a blonde-haired lady, that's even weirder. She needs to also get out of here. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. No, it's a different man. With suspenders, dude. Alright, waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked underneath his arm.
前原さんですか？
Are you Maibara-san?
前原圭一さん。
Kechi Maibara-san? There was no question that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa, that this was without a doubt the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Toмотaki-san, it seemed I was fated to meet middle-aged men. Ever since I met Toмотaki-san, it seemed I was fated to meet middle-aged men.
そうですよ。
That's right.
どちら様ですか?
Who might you be? We heard his voice before. Was he, during one of the tips? Was he, like a... No, I remember this voice. He was at the festival. I'm trying to recall the voice. Festival? Was he, like, one of the passerby that recognized, Mino? Mion? Mino. Fuck, I said Mino! Oh, if I'm envisioning Mion's name in my head, maybe the dyslexic part of my brain wants to go like Mino. Mino sounds right when I'm just envisioning her name. He's probably going to introduce himself. That's a very polite way of you saying just advance the fucking text, Austin. Kechi says, that's right. Who might you be?
私の車エアコンが効いてますから、そっちでお話しましょう。
I have the AC on in my car. Let's talk there.
ここ暑くありません？
It's a bit hot here, don't you think? Look at that car. The man, completely ignoring my question, pointed over to his car parked near the gate and began walking. I feel like this guy is going to share some news with some bad news. Something's happening. Yes, follow the strange man to his car. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Why is this guy getting led to a car from a man he doesn't recognize? Just because his teacher said there was someone waiting for him? What if the teacher is in cahoots with this weird guy? That's not right. These kids need better chaperones. Adults. Too many sketchy adults in this story for my liking. I don't think I've had... I don't necessarily trust... I don't trust Kechi's mom. She seems too aloof about things. The dad, I've already talked about, seems weird and sketchy and all over the place for some reason. The few times we've interacted with him and got descriptions of him. Blonde-haired lady, we already know why she's weird. Toмотaki, can't trust him as far as I can throw him. All the adults in the story have problems, have issues. I don't trust a single one of them. You've got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know, and he was asking me to get in his car with him?
だって食いやしません。
No, I'm not going to bite.
どうぞどうぞ。
Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about. Even while knowing that conversations that start out like this have never led to anything good. The inside of his car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditioners were supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't have one in his car, at least.
冷えすぎだったら言ってくださいよ。
Please let me know if it's too cold for you, okay?
私ガンガンに冷やしちゃうたちですから。
I have a habit of cranking it all the way up.
で、俺に何の用ですか?
So what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me, and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy.
この男性のことでご存知のことがあったら教えてください。
If you know anything related to this individual, then please tell me. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture that looked like it was taken at the DMV.
シャツにマジックで落書きがありましたね。
There were scribbles on his shirt done in permanent marker. Toмотaki.
前原さんをはじめクラスメイト何人かの署名。
Oh, dude, I called it. I immediately was like, damn. The signing on the shirt thing is gonna come back somehow. Uh-oh. What the hell happened? Starting with yours, Maibara-san. And quite a few of your classmates signed as well.
え?
Huh?
これ、富武さん?
This is Toмотaki-san? There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face.
ではこちらの女性はわかりますか？
Then do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was.
名前は知りませんけど、昨べ富武さんと一緒にいた女の人です。
I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomitake-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I did know she was a resident of Hinazawa. That was also the other weird thing. She never said her name. She was just a rando. Strange.
この二人に最後に会ったのはいつですか？
When was the last time you saw these two?
綿流しのお祭りの晩、一緒に話をしました。
The night of the Wadanagashi? We spoke.
二人とも仲良さそうでしたよ。
They seem pretty close, I guess.
何か気になったこととかありませんか？
Did anything bother you about them? Oh, middle-aged men. How long do we have? Well, where do I start, dude? Everything. First, the Tomitake like taking pictures randomly of us. That's the first thing.
何でも結構です。
Anything is fine.
話してください。
Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail is very troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now.
富武さんたちに何かあったんですか？
Did something happen to them? This is good. Kechi, I don't know what the rules are or the laws back in Japan of 1980, whatever year this is. But, unless you have your representation with you, don't be answering questions. You don't know who this guy is. You don't know anything. You have the right to remain silent. Maybe. I don't know what like I said, I don't know what the Japan laws are at this time, but like, don't start answering questions that might get you in trouble somehow. Link to this case. Kechi should be like, I'm getting out of my car until my lawyer's with me, huh? There's no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to that silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no, certain, that this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomitake-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again.
前原さんはまだこちらに越されてきたばかりですよね。
You've moved here just recently. Isn't that right, Maibara-san?
ご存知ですかな？
Are you aware, I wonder?
例の親代様の話は。
About the stories of Oyashiro-sama. My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. Probably showed on my face.
全く知らない？
Not at all.
知らないんなら結構なんですがね。
If you don't, then that's fine.
まあ、聞いたことくらいは。
Well, I have heard of it.
富武さんに教えてもらったんですけど、
Tomitake-san told me, actually.
どの辺までご存知ですか？
How much do you know about it? The dismemberment killing. The accidental death. The death by illness followed by suicide. And the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happened the day of the Wadanagashi ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomitake-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think that there was anything more than that.
前原さんはそのタタリとかを信じていますか？率直なところで結構です。
Maibara-san, do you believe in the curse? Feel free to speak openly about it. Dude, I don't know you like that. I'm not saying shit at this point.
信じてません。
I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts. That was a more prominent feeling.
本当に？
Really?
ならよかったです。
Then that's great.
やっぱり前原さんは都会育ちですね。
Guess you really are one of those city-raised boys.
信じてなかったら何なんですか？
So what if I don't believe?
俺、仲間を待たせてるんで、あまり時間取れないんですけど。
I have friends waiting, so could you get to the point?
その写真の男性は昨晩お亡くなりになりました。
The man in this picture is dead. My mind went blank. Huh? What happened to Tomitake-san?
よりにもよってね、お亡くなりになられたのが 昨日なんですよ。
It would seem that he died last night.
つまり綿流しの当日。
That was the night of the Watanagashi.
前原さんにはどういう意味があるのかわかりますよね。
Do you understand the implications behind that, Maibara-san?
意味って、意味なんか。
Implications? Not any for the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. It's very... My old man eyes are like, God, the white text against the white fucking negative seats. I can't read! The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watanagashi. Meaning, this year, the curse of Oyashiro-sama had once again.
富武二郎さんがお亡くなりになられたことはまだ内緒です。
The death of Jiro Tomitake is still confidential.
どうしてかはなんとなくお分かりになりますよね。
You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why.
教えてください。
Please tell me.
一体何があったんですか？
Tell me what happened.
得意なんですよ。
This is gonna make for an awkward... Once I'm released, hopefully, and I've got to join the group, having to bring this up, do I say anything? He says it was rather peculiar.
ひなみ沢の方にはちょっと刺激の強い。
It might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamizawa. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn something I shouldn't. Or at least, that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest.
第一発見は祭りの警備を終えて帰還中のうちのワゴンでした。
One of our patrol cars discovered the body on the way back from security detail at the festival.
時刻は24時5分前。
It was late, about 5 till midnight.
場所は町へ出る道路がちょうど舗装道路に変わるところありますよね。
The location was, you know where the road into town becomes paved, right?
坂を下り切ったあたりに、あそこの路肩でした。
Down past the slope? On the shoulder, around there. There are a few street lights on that road. Its pitch black darkness was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomitake-san was spotted collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Tomitake-san was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt.
みんなはじめはひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。
We thought it was a hit and run at first.
ですが、意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。
But when the officer checked to see if it was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal.
喉がね、引き裂かれていたんですよ。
His throat had been ripped open.
ナイフとか？
From a knife or something?
いいえ、
No.
爪でした。
Nails. Nails? As in fingernails? You mean his neck was clawed through?
検視の結果、それも自分の爪でということが判明しました。
That reminds me, I think I've definitely told this story on stream before, but you know, like when you're kids and you're goofing around with like your brothers or whatever. I one time had, you know, the Legos that are like the Lego, I guess plural Legos, but the Lego set that are like Bionicles, and they had like they're like the figures for fucking thing. Bionicle story. Me and a couple of my brothers were like roughhousing enough, and for some reason, somehow, one of my brothers took like a Bionicle like hand claw thing and like shoved it like towards the direction of my face with enough force that actually like pierced through like a good chunk of like my cheek. It was really gross. So, Bionicle related injury. From the coroner's report, and that just reminded me, I was reminded of that because of the fucking nails thing. Bionicle weapons, strong apparently. From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was with his own nails. His own nails? Oh, that's sick.
え？それってどういうことですか？
Huh? What? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder, it was suicide. Tomitake-san, whatever was going through his mind, tore open his own throat. As hard as he could with his own nails. Tore through the skin until he started to bleed. This is quite the visual. And even then, Tomitake-san didn't stop. He continued clawing. With enough intensity that could have peeled off his nails, still clawing. Still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued clawing. Splurt! Blood splattered on the ground around him. As he bled, while gasping for breath, he collapsed, his body spasmed, and he died in agony.
薬物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of the nature was detected. But this, it was suicide? I've never heard of such a thing. This unnatural way of dying. If this wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died. In these 5 years, his death most resembled that of a curse. As if to show both myself and Tomitake-san, who proclaimed there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong.
他にもいくつか不審な点があります。
There are a few more suspicious details.
体内分泌物、発汗、脱毛等から富武さんはお亡くなりになる直前、極度の興奮状態だったようなのです。
From his body chemistry, perspiration, epilation, and so on, we concluded that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their throat.
手の傷と付近に落ちていた角材が一致しました。
Wounds on his hands matched a discarded piece of lumber found nearby.
周囲の木やガードレールに叩いた跡。
There are traces of where he struck trees and the guardrails with it.
周囲に散乱する富武さんの血痕。
Tomitake-san's blood was found all over the place.
つまりですね。
Meaning that while tearing at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber.
体からは本人によらない外傷がいくつか発見されました。
There were external injuries, which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tomitake-san.
富武さんは何者かに暴行を受けた可能性があるということです。
There's a high probability Tomitake-san was assaulted.
外傷の部位から見て複数犯の可能性もあります。
The external injuries suggest there may be multiple suspects. Huh. To summarize, Tomitake-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic, after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then, he died. Oh, and he was wearing a shirt that had all our names on it. That's very unfortunate for us.
死亡推定時刻は21時から23時頃のようです。
The presumed time of death was between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m.
つまり、お祭りで前原さんが富武さんとお話しして別れてからすぐの出来事なんですよ。
Meaning, it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomitake-san at the festival. Everyone signed Tomitake-san's shirt, then parted ways. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her?
行方不明です。
She's missing.
出勤もしていませんし、昨夜は自宅にも帰っていません。
She hasn't shown up to work, and she hasn't returned home either.
事件に巻き込まれた可能性が極めて高いようです。
There's a very high probability that she was involved in this incident. For a while, I could only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody close to me would affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tomitake-san was short, but we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us.
我々もあらゆる面から捜査を進めますが、村人たちはお社様のたたりの話になると、とにかく口が重くなる。
We've been continuing the investigation on various fronts, but when it comes to Shiro-sama's curse, the villagers here aren't very cooperative. That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomitake-san, the outsider, telling me.
だから俺なんですか？
So that's why you came to me?
俺がひなみ沢の人間じゃないから。
Because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa? I should have been angry that that was the reason he wanted to hear what happened to me.
この
Or
ま
from
ま
me.
では 富武次郎さんはお社様のたたりで死んだことになってしまいます。
If things go the way they have been, then the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomitake died from Oyashiro-sama's curse. He turned away from me and gazed far off into the distance.
綿流しの晩、神聖な儀式の時、無神経にカメラをバシャバシャやってたものだから、お社様の怒りに触れた。
The night of the
そう
Wada...
いう話になってしまうんですよ。
The night of the Wadanagashi. During that second ritual, he callously snapped off photos, angering Oyashiro-sama. That's how it's going to turn out. Huh. So because he's saying that, oh, they're gonna say that because he took photos during a ceremony, that's where the curse took place, or how it took place, or...
富武さんにお社様の罰が当たるわけがない。
There's no way Oyashiro-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san had to have been killed by humans, in a cowardly group, no less. Also, maybe I'm misremembering. Was he taking photos there? I thought he was like, I don't necessarily, there was no mention maybe of it being like a paid gig, but I thought he was like there intentionally to take photos. Like, I thought that's why he was there, right? Or no? I thought he was like, I thought that was why he came back for the festival, because he's an outsider and he was gonna leave them once the festival was over. So I was like, oh, he was like contracted to like take photos for the festival. But maybe I'm... Tomitake-san had to have been killed by humans in a cowardly group, no less. Okay, maybe I'm just like fabricating something in my mind. I totally thought that it was like the situation was like, oh, he's there for a reason, and I thought that's why he was like, you know, he shows. I think there was like he comes back like once or twice a year or something, but I don't know. I know there wasn't like an explicit line like, oh, this is a paid job or something, but I thought it was implied, or maybe in my head I was just like, oh, that he was like there to take photos for like a local paper or something, and then he was gonna like peace out after that. But fuck if I know. There's no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse.
私もそう思います。
I think so as well.
罰もたたりもあるわけがない。
There's no such thing as divine punishment or curses. The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh. Yeah, I know he was... I definitely know that was the thing. I knew that he was leaving, like, right after that. I guess I just, in my head, assumed that it was just like, oh, he's... like, he only came back this time for the festival kind of thing and whatever, but... maybe I'm just making assumptions, you know? But you know what they say about assumptions, or assuming. I'm an ass, you're an ass, we're all asses, everyone's got asses. The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh.
つまり、そういうことですよ、前原さん。
That's how this must be, my dear son.
たたりを信じていないひなみ沢の方の協力が不可欠なのです。
Cooperation from individuals in Hinamizawa who don't believe in the curse is indispensable.
わかりますね。
Understood? Neither Tomitake-san nor I believed in curses. But with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomitake-san's death marking the 5th year. Which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected Tomitake-san. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomitake-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomitake-san could have been cursed by Oyashiro-sama.
でも俺に協力できることなんか何もないですよ。
But there's nothing I can do to help.
あの晩のことは何も知らないし。
I have no idea what happened that night either.
いえいえ、何か気になるものを見たり聞いたりしたら教えてくださればいいんです。
No, no, if you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear, he was talking in the future tense?
物でも人でも噂でも
Things or people or rumors.
何でも結構です。
Anything is fine.
不確かなもので構いませんから。
I don't care if they're unfounded.
これ、私の電話番号です。不在でしたら出たものに伝言してくだされば結構です。
Here, this is my number. If I'm not there, then just leave a message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whether I wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee-deep in this matter. Well, that's too late. You already got into the dude's car, you know? You're already entrenched at this point. Please help me solve these questions surrounding Tomitaka-san's unfortunate death. What do you mean, please help me solve? This is a kid. You're the actual cops. You fucking do something. You figure out this puzzle. What do you mean? I'm gonna thrust this upon this kid that I just took into my car. Hey, please help me figure this out. As if this is not just a school-aged kid. Just fucking... Come on now. What's up? What's up with that, huh? Don't thrust this upon me. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. No, you don't. You're a kid! I snatched up the piece of paper. Maybe I'm just wrong for that. I don't know. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face. Everything we spoke of today is a secret. Please, keep this confidential.
わかりました。
Understood. Alright. Add middle-aged man to the list of adults I don't trust. From your friends as well. Especially from Sonozaki-san and Furuta-san. Please, do not inform them. Oh shit.
園崎ってミオンのことか?
Sonozaki? You mean Mion?
なんでだよ。事件に関係あるっていうのかよ。
Why? Are you saying it has something to do with the incident? With my friend's names brought up so abruptly, being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry.
捜査上の都合ということなんです。
This is what they call investigative privilege, I suppose. This is not how investigations are supposed to work. I don't know what the rules are in Japan, but you do not just take a kid into your car and be like, hey, help us out, kid. Don't tell anyone else.
煙に巻くなよ。
Don't play games with me.
ミオンは俺の大切な仲間だぞ。
Mion is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to especially be offended.
言ってもいいですが、気を悪くしないでくださいね。
I wouldn't mind telling you, but it may just upset you.
言えよ。
Say it. He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit.
ひなみ沢で起こった一連の事件は村ぐるみで引き起こされている可能性があるのです。
There is a possibility that the string of incidents happening here in Hinamizawa are a result of a village conspiracy.
そんなことあるわけないじゃないか。
There's no way that could be right. Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof of that?
証拠はありません。
No evidence.
しかも過去の事件はここに解決し、いずれの犯人も村とは直接関係ありませんでしたしね。
Also, each of the cases were resolved and none of the perpetrators had any direct connection to the village.
じゃあどう考えたらそんな考えに至るんだよ。
Then how'd you come to that conclusion?
毎年綿流しの日に村の旧敵が死ぬ。
Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Watanagashi.
それだけで十分に疑えると思いませんか?
Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect everything? Or suspect something? Or everything, I guess. I don't know. Only the residents of Hinamizawa felt the day of the Watanagashi was sacred. So basically, because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to Hinamizawa?
はじめはダム工事の監督。
First, it was a dam construction foreman.
そして次にダムを誘致した村人。
Then, it was a villager that supported it.
村の旧敵は次々に開始しました。
Those the village hold a grudge against die, one after the other, from mysterious causes.
過程はともかく結果はそうなのです。
The means are different, but in the end, the result is the same. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion. But it couldn't just be shrugged off.
じゃあ 次に死んだ神主やその次に死んだ主婦はどうです？
So, the victims after that. What about the Shinto priest and his wife's death?
別に村の敵だったわけじゃない。
They weren't enemies of the village.
神主はダム騒動当時リーダーシップを期待されながらも積極的な働きがなかったため、一部の村人から失望、反感を買っていました。
The villagers had expected leadership from the Shinto priests at the time of the dam dispute, but he wasn't proactive, so there's a faction of villagers who harbored ill will towards him as a result.
反感があったにしたって別に村に害を与えたわけじゃないだろう。
Ill will? It's not like it did anything bad to the village.
その次の主婦なんかどうだよ。
What about that housewife after that?
誘致した男の弟夫婦だったってだけの理由だろう。もっと殺される理由が薄いじゃないか。
Did she just die because she was the wife of the brother of a supporter? That's such a trivial reason to kill someone.
そして富武さんに至ってはどうだよ。
And what about Tomitake-san?
ダム工事とは関係すらないじゃないか。ただよそ者だってだけの理由だぞ。
He's not affiliated with the dam project at all. Was he killed just because he was an outsider? In the beginning, it fell on those related to the dam project, but as the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower.
それがね、怖いんですよ。
Well, that's the scary part.
徐々に希薄になっていくのが。
The bar keeps getting lower.
何がだよ。
What's scary about that?
つまり村の敵でなく、よそ者だというだけの理由で犠牲になりつつあるんですよ。
It means it's not just enemies of the village anymore. Just being an outsider could be reason enough.
じゃあ来年の被害者は村のよそ者から選ばれるっていうのか？
Then, you're saying that next year's victim will be picked out of the village outsider pool?
あるいは引っ越してきたばかりの人かもしれません。
It might be a person that just moved here.
それってどういう？
What do you mean by... I swallowed my words. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then, the next victims, my family. Were you saying it was going to be me?
でもそれとミオンとどう関係があるんだよ。
But what does that have to do with Mion?
詳しくは申し上げられませんが、園崎さん一家はダム騒動時の抵抗運動の旗頭だったのです。
I can't go into details, but the Sonozaki family led the dam protest.
それも過激なね。
Quite fervently so.
例えば園崎美音さんについても同様です。
This is also true of Mion Sonozaki-san herself.
抵抗運動時、いくつかの軽犯罪と公務執行妨害で補導歴があります。
She has quite a few misdemeanor and obstruction of public worker offenses on her record because of the protests. Oh hell yeah, Mion. Fight the power. I knew Mion had fought. This was the first I'd heard of her family leading the protests, though. Then, well, what did it all mean?
ミオンの一家が一連の事件に関係しているとでも言うのかよ。
Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with the string of incidents?
そうまでは言いません。
I wouldn't go that far.
もしもそうだったら、一番確率が高い。それだけのことなんです。
I'm just saying that if it was a conspiracy, then they'd have the highest probability of being behind it. Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he'd magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know.
誰が一体どれだけ関わっているのか、全くわかりません。
We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now.
だからこそ、村人に口外してほしくないのです。
That is exactly why I don't want you to say anything to the villagers. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough.
じゃあ、こう考えましょう。
I mean, I know I keep reiterating the same thing, but this is a lot to dump on a kid and then be like, hey, don't say this to any one of your friends who now I'm specifically telling you might be somehow behind this. Like, this can't be the procedure. This can't be how this is supposed to work. Unless you're intentionally trying to fuck with a kid. This can't be. This can't be in any sane situation. How how an investigation is supposed to occur. You are just placing this huge burden on this kid who already we saw the seeds of mistrust between him and people like Mion and stuff. Him being like, hey, why is it when I bring up this thing, they immediately shoot it down? And now those seeds are now growing into full grown like fucking oak trees. Like, and he's just expected not to say anything, not to act any differently. He's given his cop's number for some reason. Like, he's told his parents and him might be the next targets. Like, it's just all kinds of fucked up right now. Oh my god, this is tragic. Then he says, think of it like this.
たたりを盲信する村人の皆さんに心配させたくないから内緒。
Like, I'm just sitting here in just massive disbelief that this is... Like, surely this man, this middle-aged man, is off his fucking rocker at this point. I don't think he's an actual cop. I think he's lying. He's like one of those, like, weirdos who forgot to take some medication and is acting like he's a cop or something, or pretends or thinks he's a cop. I figured out the mystery. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe it's a curse.
そういうことでどうです？
How about that? What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? The reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with the curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers would have anything to do with that process. It may cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly.
みんなが俺に心配させないために内緒にしてくれたように、
Just like everyone kept it from me so I wouldn't worry about it.
今度は俺がみんなに心配させないために内緒にする番ってことなのか？
Is it now my turn to keep it from them so they don't have to worry? I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted, as insipid as it was, but it couldn't be helped.
わかりました。俺だけの秘密にします。
I understand. I'll keep it to myself.
それでいいですよね。名前。
Is that fine? Mr.
沖宮署の大石です。
Oishi. From the Okinomiya police station. Okinomiya Oishi. Oishi.
なんなら
Police station.
クラちゃんでもいいですよ。
You can call me Kura-chan if you want. Oh, that's so much easier. Thank you, mister.
いや、
Oh,
大
never
石さん
mind.
でいいです。
No. Oishi-san is fine. The way he said it was unpleasant, yet retained hints of politeness. He was a spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though, I've never seen one this bulky before in the cop shows I watch. Damn. Catching strays.
時間を取らせすぎました。
I've taken up too much time.
お友達を待たせていますよね。
Your friends are waiting, aren't they?
もう戻った方がいいでしょう。
I mean, yeah, I've been sitting in this car for probably like an hour or so, right? My friends are probably like, where the hell is Ketchy? Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I should probably let you get back to them. The door opened with a click, and in streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was an almost cruel heat as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if the land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad as a thought crossed my mind.
お友達を疑えと言ったわけではありませんからね。
I didn't mean to suspect your friends.
誤解しないでくださいよ。
Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving.
前原さんが何も見つけず、聞きもしなかったとしても、それで十分なんです。
It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Libur-san.
それは村が関わっていないという証拠になるのですから。
It would help to prove that the village is not involved after all.
見たり聞いたりしたら連絡しますけど、
I'll contact you if I hear or see anything.
俺は探偵じゃないですからね。
But I'm no detective.
変な期待しないでくださいよ。
Please don't expect too much from me.
しませんしません。
I won't.
探偵になんかならなくていいですよ。
You don't have to become a detective.
今までのように自然に生活してください。
Just go on living as you have up until now.
その中で見聞きしたことを教えてくだされば結構なんです。
Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow.
またお会いしましょう。さようなら、前原君。
See you later. Farewell, my Burkun. Let's see, what is this link? Let's check. Oh wait, is that... Can I... Hell yeah. I forget, is it F5 that I can... Oh, now I'm just hitting buttons that I shouldn't be. I don't know what F5 did. What did F5 do? Oh, quick save. I was accidentally quick saving. What is the... Let me see something real quick. Cycle... Art styles is P. I always forget. P. Oh, but now I fucked up the background. Oh, this one's like, I will fix the background now, though. Oh, fuck. Fuck. It would be in graphics, and it would be, sprite style, console, background, console. All right, everything's fine. I'm just clicking things. We're just experiencing the full thing. All right. See you later. Oh, also I fucked up the fucking... Oh, shit. Oh, it's horrid. It's horrid. Text window. Is this the one I had? Or did I have this? No, definitely... Oh my god, I'm just... What was NVL? I don't know what the letters mean. Oh, definitely not this. That's horrid as well. Let's come on. Okay, see you later. Farewell, my Burkun. Let me just click at a bunch of things. I returned to the school building without looking back. I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there was a lot on my mind. Tomitaka-san's death was hard enough as it was, but I think that there was the possibility of a village conspiracy. I mean, at the very least, it's very hard. You have to go back to your friends. Obviously, you got to make up some story about why you were gone for a long period of time. But then you can't tell them that Tomitaka-san's dead? Like, you're just withholding information from your actual friends. Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved. Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, Rina, Satoko, or Rika-chan. It was a group that attacked Tomitaka-san? Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be they were hiding here, somewhere in Hinamizawa? I don't know. I didn't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. Can't say that so confidently. It's Mii-chan! The perpetrator! Oh, that's good. Look at that. Look at that little parallel thing. That's great. Alright, huh? I was startled to hear Rina's voice. Now it'd be really on the nose if Rina here was like, it was Mina, or Mina. I combined Rina and Mion. Mion with the nails. With the rope in the lounge. Blah ha ha ha. No. No. Rina clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over here. Wow. Ah,
ケイチさん遅かったですわね。
Kechi-san, you're quite late.
プンプンでございますのことよ。
As you may well know, I'm seething with anger.
ごめんごめん。
Sorry about that.
ちょっと先生に職員室呼ばれてさ。
I was called into the staff room, you see.
素行が悪くて怒られましたですか？
You were reprimanded for bad behavior?
かわいそうかわいそうです。
That's a shame.
こっちも白熱してたしね。
Well, it's been pretty heated over here.
もういい時間だから次で最後のゲームにしよう。
Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one.
俺の今の持ち点って確か0点だろ。
If I remember right, I had 0 points.
ビリ確定じゃないのかよ。
Isn't it pretty much decided that I'm gonna be finishing in last place?
大丈夫だよケイチくん。
Don't worry, Kechi-kun.
レナマイナス1点。
I'm at -1 points. The heck? Her score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. God,
罰ゲ
she's
ームはレ
terrible.
ナが一人でかケイちゃんと二人でかを決める最終戦。
This is the final match to decide if the penalty is going to be carried out by Rina alone or by both Ki-chan and Rina.
冗談じゃねえぞ。
Yeah, right.
罰ゲームはレナ一人でやってくれ。
Just let Rina do the penalty by herself.
ケイチくんと2人で勝とうって約束したのにずっと待ってたんだよ。
We made a promise, Kechi-kun, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know? You know?
そりゃ俺が悪いな。
I'm sorry about that. Too bad. I followed my initial plan of showing Rina my cards, but I didn't say who was a criminal and just waited for her to call.
わかったよ。
I got it.
犯人は私。
The murderer is me,
凶器は毒物で犯行現場は玄関ホール。
with the poison at the entrance.
どうかな
Is it? Is it?
おおレナ回答早いじゃん。
My, Rina. Quite a quick answer.
また当てずっぽうじゃないの？
Another stab in the dark. Oh,
レナの正解ですよ。
Rina's correct.
じゃあこれでケイチさんも罰ゲーム決定ですわね。
Then it's decided that Kechi-san shall take part in the penalty as well.
やったー。
Hooray!
ケイチくん一緒に頑張ろうね。
Kechi-kun, let's do our best.
一緒に頑張ろうな。
Yeah, let's do our best. It's my fault, so I have no choice.
ではゲームセット。
Then that's game.
トップは私園崎美音。
It's me, Mion Sonozaki, ranked first.
ビリは前原圭一と竜宮レナ。
In dead last are Kechi Maibara and Rina Ryugu. Everyone applauded and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty.
じゃあ使いっ走りの系の買ってくるものはトップの私が決めようかね。
Now then, I ranked first, so I'll decide what you'll be buying for the gopher penalty.
何を買いに行かされるんだろう。太郎。
What will she make us buy, I wonder? I wonder.
薬局は禁じ手にしような。図星太郎。
Let's blacklist the drugstore. That was your aim, wasn't it?
あ？
Huh?
薬屋なんかに用ないよ。
I don't have any business at the drugstore.
おじさんが買ってほしいものはね、このメモに書いてあるから。
This old man's already got a list prepared for you on this piece of paper.
わーいっぱい書いてあるよ。
Whoa, there's a lot written here. A lot? Damn it. Was she making us buy?
豆腐2丁、
2 blocks of tofu,
シャンプーとリンス、
shampoo and conditioner,
みりんに油揚げ。
apple vinegar and fried tofu.
なんだこりゃ。
Heck is this?
罰ゲームってよりお買い物に見えるでございますわね。
Looks more like a shopping list than a penalty.
今日のミーは勝つ気満々でしたです。
Mia was certain she was going to win today.
快速第
Rule 7 of our society.
罰ゲームの内容に逆らわない。
You cannot refuse any penalty.
はい、お金。シャンプーはうち果物物語だからね。よろしく。
Here's some money. Shampoo usually gets fruit fable. Thanks.
これお前が頼まれたお使いだろ。
This is just your grocery list. I promised myself that if I won next time, I'd make her go buy hemorrhoid cream. Oh, those wacky kids. They're so wacky. New tips. Nice. Such a wacky slice of life. I agree. Alright, here we go. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throat.
爪の間に皮膚片が残っておった。間違いなく本人のものじゃわい。
Tissue is packed under the nails. Not someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly by the individual's own nails.
傷の形も一致する。
The shape of the scars also matches.
直接死因が自殺ってのは分かってますよ。
Yeah, I know the immediate cause of death was suicide.
分かっとるわい。人為的にこういう症状が起こせんかと言っとるんだろ。
I get it. You're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right?
背中が痒くてかきすぎて血が出ちゃうのとはちょっとわけが違いますからね。
It's not quite on the same level as when your back itches and you scratch a little too hard and draw blood after all. Some of Tomotake's fingernails have been pulled out. Fingernails actually rip off surprisingly easy. Ooh, I hate that visual image. Whenever like I see videos or photos or people talk about like toenails coming off when they have like foot injuries or something, actually makes me want to just burst everywhere. It's such a gross visual. It's so gross. Why? Some people talk about that kind of stuff too casually, and I'm just like, that is a gross visual image. I've never done anything to myself where just nails are coming off. That seems, I would not be able to look at myself after that. Like, I know, like, for like, hey, I'm allowed to talk about whatever on my stream, all right? And you can't even fault me for it. I'm just saying, like, people talk about, like, you know, like, people that run a lot, and they're like, oh, you know, I ran a marathon or something, and then, like, my big toenail just came off or something. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Stop. Like, for some reason, I feel like in my head, it's, like, something that happens with, like, people that run a lot. It's just, like, a thing. It doesn't sound right to me, but whatever. Continue to run, I guess. But it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there are a lot of bruises on Tomotake's body. It's clear from the shape of them that he was assaulted first by someone or a group of people.
分泌物から見て、仏は極度の興奮状態にあったのは間違いないの。
According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in an extreme state of hysteria right before death.
では乱闘になって興奮のあまり自分の喉を引っかき出したってことですか。襲った連中さぞや度肝を抜かれたでしょうな。
Then he fought back and clawed out his own throat because of how hysterical he had become. Guys attacking him certainly would have been surprised by that. It's possible that in such an abnormal environment, a person can perform acts that our sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are very rare cases.
実はな、大石。仏が武器にしたらしい角材な。
Actually, Oishi-kun, that wood plank the deceased used as a weapon?
砂粒とか、ガードレールの塗装片とか、そんなのしか出んかったぞい。
They only found sand and the paint from the guardrail on it.
星の服の繊維とか皮膚片とかは
What about cloth fibers or skin?
出んかった。
Nothing.
仏は犯人を殴っとらん。
The deceased didn't strike the assailants.
あるいは殴った角材を 星が持ち去ったのかもしれんの。
Or could be that they took the plank he was fighting back with.
ならわざわざ角材なんて置いていきませんよ。全部持ってっちゃいます。
In that case, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to replace it with another. They'd take them all.
それもそうじゃの。
That's true.
富武氏は結構体格もいいし肌も焼けてるし、スポ
Tomatake
ーツマンですよね。
is pretty built and tanned. He's quite athletic.
そうだな。
That's right.
よく運動しとるようだの。
He was pretty active. There he is. I can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive, but I think his physical strength would be on the higher side. He was so tanned and built and glistening and... meaning he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. If a man with such a physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around frantically, it's just unthinkable that it wouldn't even have even nick the perpetrator. And his opponent was unarmed. This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think he'd hit them at least once.
こんだけ体格のいい相手を取り囲んで襲おうとしたら何人くらいいりますかね。
To surround and take someone on his physique. Take down someone of his physique. I wonder how many people it would take.
アホ、それは大石の方が得意だろうが。
You dimwit! If anything, that's your specialty.
アクタレ時代を思い出さんかい。
Have you forgotten your bad cop days? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down big prey, it's fundamental to attack with numbers. I'd guess about 4. This game, I think, is very purposely choosing that 4 number here. What other group of 4 do we know in this story? Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage.
だとすると、結構犯人は大人数だの。
Then there were quite a few perpetrators.
祭りで泥酔した4人以上のグループが怪しいとなるかの。
So, any drunken, disorderly groups of more than 4 are suspicious? Group of 4 or more. Just, if they had that many, then couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Or, did he somehow break away from that fatal predicament? Then there would be no reason to commit suicide. Moreover, still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. It's full of mysteries.
こっちもそこは重視しとる。徹底的に調べるつもりだが、あまり期待できんな。
That's under serious consideration on my end, too. I'll be examining it as thoroughly as possible, but don't get your hopes up.
何しろ、過去にこんな例はないんだからな。
After all, we've never encountered a death like this before.
期待はしませんよ。ですが結果を楽しみにしてます。
I'm not hoping for much, but I'm looking forward to the results.
おいさん、課長が呼んでるっす。
Oishi-san, Chief is calling you.
すみません。ではまた来年お会いしましょう。
Thanks. See you around.
おお、いいお年をの。
Yeah, best wishes. Jiro Tomatake, deceased. Resided in a cheap hotel in Shishibone City. Registered under the name Jiro Tomatake. Pen name. Travels via folding bike. No license. Bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the side of a forest path. Present on the day of the festival, accompanied by the missing Mio Takano. Takano? So I assume that's her name. We learned her name. Cool. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police, location afterwards unknown. Held residence in Hinamizawa for 1 week each season for the last 5 to 6 years. 1 week each season. Okay. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film, located among the articles of the deceased. Wallet was among the articles of the deceased. Mere act of violence? From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Chiba, along the Sobu National Railway line. No individual matching the name Jiro Tomatake in the residency records of any of the Tokyo wards. Compare teeth to dental records. Send to Metro Police. Attach a photo. Send to Metro Police. Contact magazines regarding Jiro Tomatake. Mio Takano, missing. Nurse at Erie Clinic. Irie? Whatever. Became close to Toмотake through her passion for wild bird photography. Damn, it must be nice to meet someone fucking with a hobby such as bird watching and photography. You know, that's a special bond. No matter how weird the people are. Resides in Okinomiya. Is that a redacted district? Redacted X district XXX single. Witnessed accompanying Toмотake on the festival grounds, currently missing. Abducted? Or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive to kill the deceased. Squabble from jealousy? Need to thoroughly investigate their relationship. Place of work, etc. Need to get information from the police on scene again. I want some cream puffs. Me. 4 jumbo ones. Oishi. I'm just going to start adding to my list of to-do items. I want some cream puffs as well. Hey, the bulk probably helps as a cop somewhat. I'd be a big guy. Sleepy.
ケイチくんでっかいあくび。
That was a really big yawn, Kechi-kun. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but doesn't look like I can do it today.
ゆうべ遅くまでテレビ見てたら眠くて眠くて。
I was watching TV until late last night. I'm so tired right now.
ケイちゃんが喜びそうな番組なんかやってたっけ？
Was one of those raunchy TV shows you love so much on last night?
不潔千番でございますわ。
How extremely vile!
ちょっと待て。勝手に想像して決めつけるんじゃねえ。
Wait a second. Don't imagine things and jump to conclusions.
男の子なら当然です。恥ずかしくないですよ。
It's perfectly normal for boys. Nothing to be ashamed about. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse.
ちょっとこの昼休みは爆睡させてくれ。
Could you just let me pass out this lunch break?
いや、ほんと、マジで。
No, seriously.
あら、私が黙って見過ごすとお思いで。
My, you think I would just sit here and allow that?
邪魔したら怒る。
I'll get really angry if you disturb me.
すごい怒る。
Really angry. Yawn. Ah. So let me sleep. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. It seemed that Satoko had responded, but I pretended not to hear.
さとこちゃんやめなよ。
Cut it out, Satoko-chan.
ケイチくん寝ちゃった。
Kechi-kun fell asleep.
寝顔かいい。
His sleeping face. So cute.
後でお持ち帰りしていいから。
You can take him home later.
そっとしときな。
Let him be for now.
向こうへ移動しましょうです。
Let's move over there.
ケイチにうるさいと悪いですよ。
It'd be rude to Kechi if we bothered him now. Rika-chan really is a good girl.
先生が来ても起こさないであげましょうです。
Let's not wake him up, even if the teacher comes back. I take that back. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi-san that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this. It's almost as if the incident with Toмотake-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Oishi-san just trying to deceive me? But it's probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened to it in the first place. It ended up with me again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would, without a doubt, be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi-san for this.
それっていつから？
Huh? What was that? Or when was that?
もう次の日にはいなかったって。
I heard he wasn't there the next day.
綿流しの晩に失踪したらしいよ。
It appears he vanished the night of the Watanagashi. Mion whispered to keep others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Mina's voice was even harder to pick up, but I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Tomitake-san?
さん、けなの？
Take?
わかんない。
Not sure.
私の知る限りではね。
That's all I know. I would have to feign ignorance about this topic because I need to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join the conversation, it was much easier just to sit here and pretend I was asleep to listen in on their discussion. Wait, why did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung.
で、他にもいるんでしょ？
So, and me, there are others, right?
か。
Two?
彼女がたたりにあったのか、鬼隠しにあったのかはわかんないけどね。
But they don't know if it's from the curse or if this was an onikakushi. Onikakushi? Onikakushi? To be hidden away by a demon? What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good.
いや、何せよ。もう一人いるんだよね。
I know, dude, this fucking friendship is fucked. Beyond... It's, like I said, started very early. The seeds were planted. When he asked a question and they dismissed it, I keep repeating myself, but I'll keep saying it. It was... we at that point, we're like, oh, it's doomed. Rina says, there was another, right?
だよね。
Right?
お社様なら、ね。
If it's Oyashiro-sama's? Yeah.
でも、
But,
今年は出ないよ。
this year at all...
バッチャと村長さんが話してたんだけどさ、
Grandma and the mayor had talked about it.
今年は事前に警察と話がつけてあるらしいんだよ。
Seems they talked to the police about it beforehand.
何が起こっても騒ぎにしないで穏便に片付けるって。
They said they'd take care of whatever happens this year without causing commotion.
じゃあ、レナたちが知らないだけで、どこかで誰かが、かもしれないってこと？
Then, without us knowing it, someone had... them? You mean...
かもね。
maybe.
次は、レナかな？
Next could... me. I wonder.
安心しなよ。
Don't worry.
レナはちゃんと帰ってきたよ。
You got home safely.
あ、ダメだったんでしょ？
But... is... not allowed, right?
昔の話だよ。
That was a long time ago.
もうやめよ、この話。
I stopped talking about this. Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. So we know it's told in the we've been known. We know Mion is not a dull blade, right? She's a sharp one. She knows what she's doing. What if, now this is just a wild theory, but what if she knows that Keshi is not actually asleep right now and is listening in on them? And what if she's purposely, they're talking about something that they want him to hear or something? Oh, wouldn't that be devious? All right, the entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, I don't think, compared to some of my moments in Umineko, I'm very much have not been cooking so far this series. It's still way too early for me to be considered cooking, I think. Plus there's not as, I think it's been told, like, it's not as much of a mystery per se. So I can't craft, like, choice theories, I feel, unfortunately. Maybe once we get a bit further, I'll have to try harder. First of all, the term onikakushi, to be demoned away. By the context it was used in, I would guess it's similar to being spirited away. I suspected that was what it meant because Tomitake-san and that woman, really bugged me that I don't know her name, vanished after the Mion also said if it's Oyashiro-sama's... Yeah, responding to something. If it's why do you keep... Oyashiro-sama's curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Kind of think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of Onikakushi. It seems the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. I recall Tomitake-san's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would be described as cursed. Then, the woman with him, it means she vanished because she was demoned away. What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. When I keep reading the word curse and everything, and like demons and everything, and I keep massively thinking of Paranormal Sight from last year. What a good game that was. Go watch my Paranormal Sight playthrough. Doing it again already in the stream. Go watch another series. Go watch Paranormal Sight. Alright. Wait, did I read that line? What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Rina. Can't say I didn't try at least, right? Rina was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. However, she knew that something had made her a potent target, or potential, wow, I'm just making up words, potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Oishi-san said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But if that was the case, then I would think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Rina. From her composure, we can infer that she was grimly contained. Having problems with words apparently tonight. I'm also, I don't know if it's coming across on mic, but I'm still like kind of like sticky. And so I'm having to do like, I'm having problems breathing 100%. So I'm like trying not to be so loud on mic, but I'm having to slightly breathe through my mouth as well. And so I'm afraid I'm just like sounding like, Totake. I can infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Oishi-san. Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep. Made me feel terrible. It raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek the answers to those questions? As I continue to learn more and more, I feel like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events. The teacher approaches. Kechi-san! You must awaken! In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell signaling the start of afternoon classes. Yeah, couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. That's very weird. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Satoko! Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. I furiously jumped up from my seat. And I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together. Damn, she got busy. Not bad, Satoko! While I was sleeping, you were able to conceal your presence to pull off this fine piece of work. The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Satoko. Did you not notice that our teacher has arrived, Kechi-san? Take your seat. Clomp, clomp, wish, whiff. Not caring one bit, I made her eat a flick to the forehead. I don't know if that... Twit, 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 twit. Bwah. Kechi-san was being mean.
ほら
Hey,
前原くん下級生をいじめてはいけません
don't pick on the younger kids, Maiburu-kun.
謝りなさい
Apologize to her. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me, that little brat.
ほら前原くん
Come on, Maiburu-kun.
へいへい、謝りますよ。
Yeah, I'll apologize.
さとこさん、ごめんなさい。
Sorry, Satoko-san. In any case, I apologize, even if it was in a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her. I'll remember this.
ケイちゃんその恨みは部活でね
Kei-chan, get your revenge at the club meeting.
着席
Take your seat. I sat down after Mion told me to. She switched to class representative mode. Dang. Can't catch a break. With the boring classes finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I'd like to play that deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it last time because of Oishi-san. Rina and I weren't even able to test out our strategy.
そうだね。今日こそケイチ君と二人で大勝利だよね。
That's right. Today, Ketchikun and I will be victorious.
でもどうでしょうね。
What should we do?
同じゲームを続けて2日やった試しはありませんし。
We've never played the same game 2 days in a row before.
ミーにお願いしてみたらどうでしょうです。
Why not try asking me? Me. Mion looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up.
いっけね
Oops!
今日おじさんの手伝いの日だ
I completely forgot. I need to go help my uncle today.
悪いみんな今日なし
Sorry guys, not today.
おじさんの手伝い？
Helping your uncle?
柄にもなく高校なやつだな。
Aren't you a little goody two-shoes?
悪い
Sorry, really?
ほんとすっかり忘れてたじゃあごめんねみんな
I really did forget. Well then, sorry guys.
今日はおじさんこれで帰るわ
This old man is heading back home now. Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag.
みーちゃんね、たまに街にあるおじさんのお店の手伝いに行くんだよ。
You see, Mi-chan, she sometimes goes to help out at her uncle's shop in town. Ah, thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff.
バイト代が出ると言ってましたですわ。
She said that she gets paid for it.
結構なお小遣いになるらしいですの。
It's quite a bit of spending money from what I hear. I see. She was able to pay for that mountain of games with what she saved up from there.
しかしそれはアルバイトと言うんじゃないのか？
But that... wouldn't you call that a part-time job?
校則で禁止されてないか？
Isn't that against school policy?
家事手伝いは除くと書いてありますです。
There's a clause that states household chores are excluded. Is that what she's calling it? So what now? Pass on the club today?
じゃあ今日はこれで解散かな。
Once the leader is gone, this club just crumbles. So, we're done today, I guess.
別に部長不在でもいいだろ
Won't it be fine, even without the club president?
う。やろうぜ、部活。
Let's do this. I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game from that ever-growing pile of games.
お、あったあった。
Ah, here it is.
昨日の推理ゲーム。
The deduction game from yesterday.
ようやくコツが分かってきたところで中断しちゃったからな。
Man, I had to stop just as I was getting the hang of it. At the very least, I wanted to repay Satoko for what she did during the afternoon break.
私は構いませんけど、
I do not mind.
レナさんとリカはどういたします？
But is that fine for Rina-san and Rika?
ケイチ君がどうしてもって言うなら、ちょっとだけいいかな。
If Ketchikun wants to so badly, I wouldn't mind playing for a bit.
僕はみんなが揃っての方がいいなと思いますです。
I think it's better if we do it when we have everyone together. When she says it like that.
部活がないなら、僕はお買い物に行きたかったのです。
I wanted to go shopping if there wasn't a club meeting today.
お醤油とかを買いに行きますですよ。
going to buy soy sauce and other things.
そうでしたわね。
Oh, that's right.
すっかり忘れてましたわ。
I completely forgot.
なら、レナも久しぶりに宝探しに行こうかな。
Well, guess since it's been a while, I should go treasure hunting. What's this now? Everyone's no longer in the mood for club activities? They all hate him. They all hate. It's like Ketchy's just not cool enough to hold the group together. He's definitely not the glue of the club. If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Ah, well, I'll give up this time.
しゃあ、このゲーム楽しみにしていたのにな。
Man, I really was looking forward to playing it. I shuffled through the cards as if I was still caught up on it.
またの機会に叩きのめして差し上げましたよ。
At the next opportunity, I should give you a sound thrashing. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
犯人はサトコ。
The murderer is Satoko.
凶器はピストル。
The murder weapon is the pistol.
やはり貴様の仕業だったか。
It was you after all. I just had a thought. Like here, I was gonna joke that like he like lets it slip and says, I made this joke before, but like actually said something like, the murderer is Satoko, the murder weapon is nails, the victim is Tomotake. Like, we're talking a lot about like how he has like this mistrust now, then it's like been planted between him and the rest of the group. I have a feeling it's gonna slip somehow. He's gonna slip accidentally that he knows that about the whole thing, the whole situation. It's gonna slip sometime. At some point, I'm calling my shot now.
なんですって？
He's somehow gonna accidentally let it slip that he thinks they killed Tomotake. It's gonna be very awkward. What did you say? Or, oh, it's gonna be a punishment to one of the games. One of the punishments is gonna be like you have to reveal a secret or something to the rest of the group. And it has to be like your deepest, darkest secret. And then it's gonna be one of two things. It's gonna be him, and he's gonna be like, I was told about this whole thing, and I'm not supposed to tell you guys. Or one of the others lose, and they're gonna say, I killed Tomotake. Oh, dude, I'm writing it. If this isn't, I've got it, dude. I've got it all planned out. If this isn't one of the situations, then I'm just, fuck it. Alternate timeline, I should be writing this story, alright? Alright. I see the vision, dude. Alright, what did you say? Then I'll just... Satoko looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out three of them at me.
犯人はケイチ。
The murder is catchy.
凶器はロープで、犯行現場はラウンジですわ。
In the lounge with the rope.
ロープなんかいらねえ。
I don't need no rope.
このまま絞め殺してやら。
I'll just strangle you like this.
いや
No!
ー、ケイチさんの毛玉の。
Catchy-san is such a beast. Phew. Well, it's good that I got that out of my system.
ケ
Blah!
イチさん、覚えてらっしゃ
I'll remember this, Catchy-san.
い。いっぱいいっぱいいたぶられましたですね。
She was used as a plaything for quite a while.
かわいそうかわいそうです。
You poor thing.
かいかい。
Cute, cute. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Rina, Satoko, Rika, Ketchy, Mion, Satoshi? Satoshi? Not all the cards were made by us. Or at least, every card besides this one has the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I keep saying it. Satoshi. I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster stuck up on the wall. Oh god. That was eerie music.
ケイチくん、早く片付けよう。
Catch-kun, it's alright, I'm finished cleaning up. Being rushed by Rina, I finished up quickly. Satoko and Rika-chan had already headed merrily for their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Rina had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave.
レナ、
Rina,
やっぱりこのクラスからも転校で出て行っちゃった生徒って結構いるんだろ？
there must be quite a few people transfer from the school, right? I tried asking Rina in a bit of a roundabout way. Rina made a troubled face and then answered.
うん。
Yeah?
ひなみ沢って田舎でしょ？
Hinamizawa is a rural town, right?
転校していっちゃう人も時々いるよ。
Some people transfer out every now and then.
じゃあこのサトシってやつも転校してったのか？
Then is Satoshi another one of those transferees?
ごめん。
Sorry.
よく知らないの。
I don't really know. Oh, Rina, good job. That was very convincing. You know, A plus. She's actually oblivious. Don't worry. She knows nothing. No need to further question her. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate.
その意地悪で言ってるんじゃないの。
I'm not saying it to be mean.
ちょうど去年
Just last year,
レナが転校してきてから入れ替わりだったかな。
I transferred in, so maybe I just missed him.
だからあんまりお話ししたことないの。
So I didn't hear much about him.
ごめんね。
Sorry. Convenient. I'm not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial, without a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? The classic line, friends don't keep secrets from their friends. What am I, chopped liver? Though I do appreciate that they kept that unsettling curse thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends. Right? For a moment I wondered just what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance.
ケイチ君怖い顔してる。
Ketchi-kun, you're making a scary face.
なんでだろう。なんでだろう。
Why is it? Why? It was probably exactly the kind of face Rina said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her.
あ、ごめん。
Ah, sorry.
今日の部活楽しみにしてたからさ。残念だっただけだよ。
I was really looking forward to the club today. I'm just feeling down about it. I rustled Rina's hair.
帰ろうぜ。
Let's go home. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. Oh boy. Oh boy. I feel like we're getting the top of the roller coaster and we're about to go down that hill. It's slow. The speed is, you're reaching the apex of the coaster. We're about to tip over at any moment now. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry.
ケイチ君疲れてるのかな。
Ketchi-kun, are you tired? Maybe? Rina timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling.
そうか？
You think so?
うん。
Yeah.
今朝からケイチ君なんだか元気ないよ。
You seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning.
風邪かな。
Maybe a cold? Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had perfect attendance since elementary school. Rina continued on since I didn't give her an answer.
きっとケイチ君引っ越しの疲れが今になってきたんだよ。
It could be that the fatigue from moving has finally caught up to you.
前に住んでたところとは全然違うところだもん。
It's completely different from where you used to live, after all.
いろいろ慣れたり覚えたり疲れて当然だよ。
Of course you've gotten tired, since there's so much you need to get used to and remember.
そうなのかな。
Maybe that's it.
うん。
Yeah,
絶対にそうだよ。
it has to be.
レナも最初そうだったから。
Rina was also like that at first, too.
わかるんだよ。だよ。
I can tell, you know. You know? I wondered if Rina also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt.
レナがひなみ沢に転校してきた時の話が聞きたいな。
I'd like to hear about when you first came to Hinamizawa.
どんなだった？
How was it? Feeling I had been drawn into the conversation, her face suddenly brightened.
ケイチ君と同じだよ。
It was the same as Ketchikun.
人の名前も村の中も全然わかんなかった。
I didn't know the villagers' names at all.
みーちゃんとかが親切にしてくれたから全然寂しくなかったけど、やっぱ
Michan?
り心細かったよ。
Michan and the rest were all very kind, so I wasn't lonely, but I did still feel a little out of place. Rina told me all the details of when she had moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times.
じゃあレナもサトコにやられたのかよ。
So, Satoko got you too?
うん。
Yeah.
椅子に座ろうとしたら画鋲が置いてあったの。
There was a thumbtack put on my chair. Ah, classic Satoko.
どっさり。
Poke.
そしたらそれを
Then with that, Yeah.
懐かしいな。
That really takes me back.
ミオンの部活にはいつ頃誘われたんだ？
When were you invited to the club?
早速初日にか？
First day?
うん。
Nah.
最初は部活なんてなかったんだよ。
There wasn't a club at the beginning.
途中からできたの。
It was formed partway through.
放課後にみんなで残ってゲーム大会をやろうって言い出して。
One day, she said we should stay after and hold a big game tournament.
そういえばミオン初代部長とか言ってたっけな。
Come to think of it, Mion did say she was the first club president.
納得。
Now I get it.
内緒だけどね。みーちゃん最初は弱かったんだよ。
This is a secret, but Michan used to be really bad at the beginning.
全然勝てなかった。
She'd never win.
え？
Let's see, chat says, if the club was formed after she got there, wouldn't that mean Satoshi was there with her? Good point. Good point. This seems like conflicting statements. If I was, not professor, if I was, I forget his name now all of a sudden. If I was this guy, I'd be like, contradiction in your statement. I'd be like, hey, what's the deal? Jenks. Jenks. His name was Jenks. I recalled his name after I was thinking about that for a second. If I was Jenks, I'd be like, hey. Contradiction, Rina. Seemingly. Unless there's some loophole we're not thinking of. Huh?
ミオンが？
Mion, really?
ちょっと想像つかないぞ。
Sorry, I missed what was happening then. Come to think of it, Mion did say she was the first club president, right? And then she said, Rina says, it's a secret, but Michan used to be really bad at the beginning. She'd never win. Okay. Huh? Mion, really? Can't even imagine that.
自分で言い出した罰ゲーム、ほとんど自分でやってたんだよ。
She had to do most of the penalties that she came up with.
本当に内緒だからね。
Haha, seriously, don't tell. Can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty.
みーちゃん以外ともちょっとずつお友達になれて。でも、
I began making more friends besides Michan after that. But yeah,
ケイチくんが引っ越してきてからかな。
it might have only been since you moved here
ようやくここに馴染めたって自覚したのは。
that I finally felt like I had gotten used to it here. I guess Rina had also been left in the dark about Oyashiro-sama when she had just moved here. I guess when they finally told me about Oyashiro-sama, I'd be considered one of them.
俺はいつになったら仲間だと認めてもらえるんだろうな。
I wonder when I'll finally be considered one of them. Huh?
なんて言ったの？
Did you say something?
あ、いや、ごめん。
No. Sorry.
独り言。
Just talking to myself.
ケイチくん変なの。
Ha ha ha. Ketchikun, you're silly. Rina was poking fun and laughing at me. I couldn't help but laugh as well. but I suddenly stopped. Then, after making up my mind, I spoke.
なあレナ
Uh-oh. Oh, is he gonna say something? Uh-oh, is it coming out? Hey, Rena?
みんなは俺に嘘や隠し事なんかしてないよな
Is there something that everybody's keeping from me? Huh?
してないよ全然
No, not at all.
嘘だろ
You're lying, aren't you? Rena suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense.
どういう意味だろう
Oh, that was quite the shift there. What do you mean by that,
ケイチ君
Keshi-kun? Her tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted one as before.
してるよな
You are, aren't you?
俺に隠し事を
Keeping something from me? After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Keiji seems like he's somehow getting himself in big trouble on multiple fronts. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect. Hello.
じゃあ
Ah!
さ
Oh, back up! Back the fuck up! Well then, Kechi-kun.
ケイチ君こそレナたちに嘘や隠し事をしてないかな
Aren't you keeping something from us? Huh? Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Rena. She has to back up. I am actually afraid. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Rena.
してないかな
Aren't you?
嘘や隠し事
Lies? Or secrets?
してないかな
Aren't you? You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Toмотaki-san, and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Toмотaki-san, to be considerate. I was keeping a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro-sama. Everyone's got secrets. We're all just keeping secrets from everyone. This is the foundations that a good friend group is built on. Secrets kept from each other. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everyone's got their secrets. Then, aren't we even...
してないよ
No, I'm not.
嘘も
No lies.
隠し事も
Nor secrets. I definitely don't have secrets. That's exactly what I would say. When someone says, hey, Austin, do you have any secrets? Are you keeping any secrets from me? I'd be like, no secret, no lies, nor secrets.
嘘だよ
Liar. Jesus, her answer was instant, and it shook me. Rena stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk.
どうして嘘だって
Why would you say I'm lying?
ケイチ君昨日の部活の時先生に呼ばれて職員室に行ってたって言ったよね
Didn't you say that you were called into the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Kechi-kun?
レナは知ってるよ
I know.
ケイチ君は職員室になんか行かなかった
You didn't go to the teacher's room. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened.
先生はお客さんが来たって言ったんだよね
The teacher said you had a guest, didn't she?
でも昇降口ではお話ししてなかった
But you didn't talk at the entrance.
校門のところの車の中で話をしてたよね
You talked inside the car near the school gate,
知らないおじさんと
with some man we don't know. Rena knew everything. Maybe you're gonna get your summary just from Rena here. She knew that I was called out by Oishi-san, and that I heard about the incident with Toмотaki-san as well. Did she know all of it?
誰あのおじさん
Exactly who was that man?
知らない人だよ
I don't know him.
知らない人はなんでケイチ君に用があるの
I too, if Rena got this close to me and was like, who was that man? I'd be like, I don't know what man you're talking about! Why did someone you don't know have business with you?
俺が知りたいよ
I want to know that myself.
じゃあ何の話をしていたの
Then what did you talk about?
みんなとは関係のない話だよ
It has nothing to do with you guys. It was a lie. Holy shit. That scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck. Oh, that got me. That oh no. Just the smallest of little jumps already fucking got me. Alright, Rina's scream echoed through the trees. Alright, let me my heart calm down just a sec. Alright, we're fine. Rina's scream echoed through the trees. Her scream echoed through the trees just like the cicadas. Oh god, she's sending frightened birds into the air. Can I?
知らない人がなんで圭一君に用があるの？
俺が知りたいよ。
じゃあ何の話をしていたの？
みんなとは関係のない話だよ。
Oh, I can't like replay the scream noise. Damn. Fuck. Alright. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No. It was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized. The person in front of me? She wasn't Rina Ryogu. Then, who was it that was standing before me now? Who had assumed Rina Ryogo's appearance? I had held my breath for so long, I could feel myself suffocating.
ね？
She is actually terrifying. Honestly, Rina's freaking me out right now, and it's freaking me out that she's smiling and she's still this close to us, and she knows that she called us out on lying. She knows. Do the others know now? Is she gonna spread this information? Do we need to kill Rina right here? Do we need to take revenge on? We need to just get. We need to just run. We just need to run away anywhere. Fuck it. Just run away. All right, Rina says, right? And then she made a facial expression that Rina normally might have made. It didn't matter that it was Rina's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. Oh my god. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. It wasn't the good kind of I feel her breath on my face. Damn. Whoever this was with Rina's face was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then, she smirked, as if she was able to see right through me.
圭一君に内緒や隠し事があるように、レナたちにだってあるんだよ。
We also have secrets, just like how Ketchikun has secrets. It was Rina's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. It's eerie. Alright, I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Rina, frightened me to my core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long empty silence, she finally spoke. No, we can't just act like we're going back to normal. I'm sorry, Rina. What just transpired cannot then be proceeded with, let's just go back to normal like nothing happened. It can't. That nothing is normal after what just happened. Oh, it's awkward as hell. All right, Rina says, let's go.
だいぶ涼しくなってきたよ。
It's getting chilly. It was Rina again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me. I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Rina was out of sight.
あれは誰だったんだよ。
Who was that? I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person who looked like Rina Ryogu? Alright, let me catch up with chat as I was kind of... He's dropping, yeah. Recap it. Yeah, a lot had happened. No mention of Colonel Sanders, except by me. I've made reference. I will never forget Colonel Sanders, but I think his time in the story has gone and passed, unfortunately. All right. I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner, except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Rena going off on me? No, that's not right. I mean, at this point, you cannot, like, Rena knows. And if the others don't know, they will know very quickly. This information is, if not already, is going to get to the others in the group. And I mean, Rena, spooky as hell, but all the others, they could also be other forms of scary, in my opinion. I would just cancel. I would ask my parents immediately if I could be homeschooled. I would start acting irrationally and just be like, I need to be locked up in, like, some asylum or something. I don't know. Like, don't throw me back to the group. Alright, that's not right. That was someone else who only looked like Rena. It's very interesting that he's, like, convincing himself, like, that's not the Rena. Like, it's almost like a very hyper, that's not the Rena I know. Like, the Rena I know would not have acted out like this, right? So it's very, now we've seen it, like, 3 or 4 times where he's like, who is this person who's taking the form of Rena? Like, what was that? Who was that? It's such a interesting way of putting, like, hey, the Rena I know throughout my whole life now, or this time that I've known Rena, would not have acted like this. Clearly, the only reason this could be a thing is that if that wasn't Rena. Then who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling. Knowing that that was someone else, not Rena. So tomorrow, I shouldn't have a problem talking to Rena like I usually do. Like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's such a weird way of phrasing it, and it's been said and repeated like this before. I don't know if this is a way for the story or for the character to try to, like, compartmentalize, like, if he's going to try to get past that this awkward exchange happened, does he just say, oh, that wasn't Rena, and if I just act like that was a different person confronting me, and if she acts normal after this and I act normal after it, then we can just move on from this. It's like a weird way, like a weird mental way of it was clearly like a weird traumatic thing for him in just like an instant. And so it's like a weird way for his brain to like kind of like try to get over that. Knowing that was someone else, not Rena. So tomorrow, I shouldn't have a problem talking to Rena like I usually do. Oh, I hit the mic with my shoulder. That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head. I would not be able to do what he's doing. Like I said, I would very much be like, I cannot show my face for a couple weeks. Although I would also be like, if I don't show up tomorrow, they're going to assume something's weird and they're coming after me. That's how paranoid I would be at this point. Though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses. Let's see, what's this? I don't think his parents would just, like, let him not go to school. Dude, the fucking dad is weird. Maybe the dad would be like, yeah, sure. You know what? If I go to my dad, who's, as I've discussed now in the series, I think there's something weird about the dad. If I was Ketchy, I'd be like, all right, maybe I could convince my dad, homeschool, plus I want to learn the way of art from my dad or whatever. And then maybe the dad would be like, all right, yeah, I'll take you under my wing. We're learning this art trade. You're not going to school anymore. Can I just stay at home with my dad? Finally, I returned to my senses. I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs. Ketchy! It's a call from the bookstore. Bookstore? Can't think of why they'd be calling me. Oh god. Now I think every little thing that's happening is going to be a scary thing. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway. My apologies for calling so late at night.
沖宮書房の大石と申します。
It's me, Oishi for the Okinomiya bookshop.
大石さん
Oishi-san.
大石さんじゃないですか。
Oh, it's Oishi-san.
ごめんなさいね。
Sorry.
ご両親が出られたので、本屋さんということにしておきました。
Since your parents picked up, I said I was from the bookstore.
警察ですって名乗ると、いろいろ気分を害されるでしょうしね。
It puts people off when I say I'm a police officer. Oishi-san was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. Also, still a very strange situation. We're roping this kid into the investigation and his parents don't know. There's so much wrong happening. This is not by the books. This is not how this should be happening. I can't get over it. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the second floor.
夜分遅くにすみませんですね。
Sorry for calling so late.
実は昨日渡した電話番号のメモ、あれ古い番号だったんです。
That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number.
本当に申し訳ない。
My apologies.
これから申し上げる番号を控えておいてもらいます。
Nope, nope, nope. This is sketchy as hell. This is not Oishi. This is one of the girls in the club doing an Oishi voice. They're giving him a fake number. They're planning a fake number. He's gonna divulge all his info to him. I'm calling it. I'm incensed. This is not Oishi. He's not seeing him in face to face. This is Mion doing a old guy voice. I'm calling it right now. Giving him a fake second number. Giving him a fake second number, and then he's gonna call the second number, and any secrets he's gonna give directly back to them. Dude, it's the perfect crime. Alright, my apologies. Can you copy down the number I'm about to give you? Like, why would there be a second number? That doesn't even make any sense. What do you mean, old number? That's not how phones work. Huh? You change your number within a day? Less than a day, perhaps? Doesn't make sense.
はい。
No, I don't believe this for a second. Something's not right. Nope. See, I think this is truly, like, if I was put into this situation, you see how I would fold so quickly? Like, I'm such a paranoid person just in general. I attribute that to probably how I was raised. I'm going to say in the family I was raised, a large family. I was always paranoid with anything I did. Upbringing. No, I don't trust these. I don't trust anything happening right now. Ketchy says, yeah.
どうぞ。
Okay. He gave me the number for his direct line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up.
さて、どうでしょう、前原さん。
Okay, so I'm running with my theory here. Why would Oishi be saying random shit to me? This isn't like him. This isn't right at all. And this would make sense to be happening after we've had the confrontation with Rina there, right? Dude, I'm so right. I'm putting the house, I'm putting all my life savings that I'm right about this. So how has it been, Maibura-san?
何か変わったことはありましたか?
Did anything strange happen recently? I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed.
大石さんはここの地元の方ですか?
Are you from around here, Oishi-san?
ええ、そうです。
Yeah, I am.
生まれも育ちも沖宮ですよ。
Born and raised in Okinomiya. If he's from around here, he might know.
大石さん。
Oishi-san?
鬼隠しって何のことか知ってますか?
Do you know what this onikakushi thing is about?
それはですね、人が鬼にさらわれ、忽然といなくなってしまうことなんです。
I believe that's when somebody suddenly vanishes because they've been abducted by a demon.
このあたり独特の言い回しですね。
It's a special saying from around here.
世間様で言う神隠しと同じ意味です。
It has the same meaning as spirited away, like everyone else says. Or as my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything.
平見沢は、前原さんにこんなこと言っていいんでしょうか。
Hinamizawa was... not sure if I should tell you this, Maibara-san.
もったいぶらないでくださいよ。
Don't try to play this off.
大石さんが言わないなら俺も何も言いませんよ。
If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything.
ああ、いやいや。
Ah, no.
そういう意味じゃないんですよ。ただその気を悪くされないかと思いましてね。
That's not what I meant. It's just, it may make you feel bad.
実はですね、ひなみ沢はその昔、鬼の住む里って呼ばれて恐れられていたんですよ。
You see, long ago, Hinamizawa was feared as a village where demons reside.
鬼？
Demons?
鬼って地獄にいる金棒を持ったあの？
By demons, you mean those pitchfork-carrying things in hell? Do I still think this might be one of the girls over real? Yeah, I gotta stick by my things. Nothing is, I can't waver that easily. Come on. By demons, you mean those pitchfork-carrying things in hell?
というよりは人食い鬼ですな。
More like human-eating monsters.
里に降りてきて人をさらって食い散らかしてしまう。なんて怖い昔話があるんですよ。
They'd go down to villages snatching people up and gobbling them down. That kind of tale. Demons snatching up people is what this Onikakushi really means.
たたりと鬼隠しは一緒に起こるって言ってましたけど。
They said that the curse and being demoned away happened together.
どういうことですか？
What does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years.
たたりと鬼隠しが必ず一緒に？
The curse and being demoned away happened together?
それは初めて聞きました。
First time I've heard of that.
そうなんですか、前原さん。
Is that how it is, my son?
それは俺が聞きたいですよ。
That's what I want to know.
レナとミオンが話してたんです。お社様のたたりなら必ずたたりと鬼隠しが起こるって。
I heard Rina and Mion talking. They said that if it was really Oyashiro-sama's curse, then both the curse and demoning away would happen. Oishi-san began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind.
前原さん。
Maibara-san,
最初の事件ご存知ですよね。
do you know the first incident?
バラバラ殺人。
The murder by dismemberment?
ええ。
Yeah.
6人の犯人のうち1人はまだ逃走中なんですよね。
One of the 6 perpetrators still on the run, right?
例えばそれ、
Hypothetically.
逃走中じゃなく、鬼隠しにあったんじゃないでしょうかね。
What if he isn't on the run, but was just demoned away? Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi-san. The incident 4 years ago was the particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. Possible. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off.
じゃあその翌年の事故はどうです？
Then, what about the incident the next year?
誘致派の男と妻が一緒に事故死したんですよね。
When the man who supported the project and his wife both died in an accident.
実はですね、
Well, actually,
正式には事故死したのは夫だけなんです。
it was only the husband who died in an accident.
妻は死体が上がりませんでしたから。
His wife's body never surfaced.
現行法では死体が発見されない限り行方不明扱いなんですよ。
Unless you find the body, then it's considered a missing person by law. At the time of the incident, with the river below the cliff being muddy rapids, police divers had searched every branch of the main stream of the river for dozens of miles, but in the end, they weren't able to find her body.
でも死体が見つからないだけで亡くなったんですよね。
But that's just them not being able to find the body. She's still dead, right?
鬼隠しとは違うんじゃないですか？
Isn't it different from her being demoned away?
死体が出ない以上、亡くなったとは言えません。
We cannot say someone is dead without their body.
法律で定めた年月が過ぎるまで生存扱いなんです。
Till a certain number of years pass, By law, she's treated as still alive. I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality.
3年目はどうなんですか？
How about the third year?
神主は病死、
The Shinto priest died of illness.
妻は自殺ですよ。
And his wife committed suicide?
前原さん、
Maibara-san.
実はね、これも全く同じなんですよ。
It's actually the exact same scenario. The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest around Hinamizawa. Meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in front of the swamp. A diver was able to recover a few of her articles, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere.
これらを鬼隠しと呼んでいいかちょっとわかりませんがね。
I'm not sure if we could refer these cases as being demoned away.
前原さんの言う通り、確かに毎年一人行方不明になっています。
It's just as you said. Every year, one person does go missing.
今年の事件では富武さんの連れの女の人が行方不明。
The incident this year. The woman with Tomitaki-san has gone missing.
じゃあ去年の主婦の撲殺事件はどうです？
And what about the incident with the housewife beaten to death?
誰か行方不明になりましたか？
Who went missing?
確か犯人は逮捕されたんですよね。
I believe the perpetrator was caught, right?
逮捕されてます。
Yeah, we arrested him.
以前に逮捕歴もあるやつでしてね。
He was just a miscreant with a record of narcotics abuse.
別件で取り調べ中に犯行を自供してます。
He admitted to the crime while being questioned about a different incident.
ですがですね。
But, well, you see.
犯人逮捕からしばらくして、被害者宅の子供が行方不明になったんです。
After he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing.
犯罪に巻き込まれたのかどうなのか。
It's still under investigation
現在も捜査してます。
as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime.
だって犯人は捕まったんですよね。
But you said you caught him, right?
それともその仲間が？
Did he have an accomplice?
さあ、多分単独犯だと思います。
No idea. It was most likely only the one perpetrator.
もっとも、今では確かめようもないんですよ。
Moreover, can't even check now.
実はその男、取り調べ中に拘置所内でお亡くなりになっちゃいまして。
Because while under investigation, that man, he died in his holding cell. He swallowed a spork and choked to death. Not the spork. It's not known whether it was an accident or suicide.
つまり過去5年間必ず死者と行方不明者が一人ずつ出ているわけなんですよね。
Wait, let me reread that. He swallowed a spork and choked to death. It's not known whether it was... How do you... I mean... I've done many a dumb thing in my life. But accidentally swallowing a spork? And killing myself because of it? On accident? Seems hard to accomplish. Anyway, meaning for the last 5 years there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing?
そうなります。
That's about right.
ねえ、私も驚いていますよ。
No, actually, I'm surprised as well.
こんな共通項には気づきませんでした。
I never realized they had that in common. I couldn't believe that this could help lead to the closing of those incidents. It was just something they had in common.
例えば鬼隠しにあって失踪した人には何か共通点があるとか。
Could it be that those demoned away have something in common? Oishi-san mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. That's what I'm saying. The police guy, even the way the police guy's handling things doesn't seem right. Everything is off. You know what? This is the thing about Hinamizawa. Everyone and everything is just slightly off. Nothing. It's all unsettling. It's like a bizarro world. So I summarized the events.
1年目はダムの作業員。
The first year was the dam employee.
2年目は誘致派の男の妻。
Second year was the wife of a dam project supporter.
3年目は神主の妻。
Third year was the wife of the Shinto priest.
4年目は被害者宅の子供で、5年目は交際相手かな。
Fourth year was the victim's family's child. And the fifth year was the victim's girlfriend, I guess?
特につながりはなさそうだし、
doesn't seem like there's anything that connects them.
1年目はともかく妻とか交際相手とかそういう人が目立ちますな。
With the exception of the first year, wives and girlfriends. Those do stand out. It does seem like there are a lot. Then that means the fourth year's victim's child was different? It would have really stood out if they were all married couples, except it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomotaki-san also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly.
4年目に行方不明になった子供ってどんなだったんですか？
The child that went missing in the fourth year, who were they?
おとなしい感じの方だったらしいです。
Apparently, he was quite mature.
年はあなたの一つ上です。
1 year older than you.
名前は
Ah, there it is. His name was Satoshi Hojo-san.
え？サトシ？
Huh? Satoshi. I remembered that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year?
あなたの学校に去年まで通っていました。
He was at your school up until last year.
話を聞いていませんか？
Didn't they tell you anything about him? Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. Then, where I sat, once belonged to the one who was demoned away. It was his seat? I recalled the cold sensation that came from the desk. It made my hair stand on end. The string of mysterious deaths. No, Oyashiro-sama's curse. I now knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation. It was the feeling of Oyashiro-sama crossing, or caressing, the back of my neck.
お社様のたたりか。
Oyashiro-sama's curse, huh? Could Oyashiro-sama's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it, and I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by man, not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually, I'd reach the point where I'd learn something I really shouldn't know. To either be none the wiser or to seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. That was when I remembered. Rina. Rina said she may be the next victim of the curse.
竜宮レナさんがですか？
You mean Rina Ryuga-san?
去年転校されてきた前原さんのクラスメートですよね。
She transferred in last year and she's your classmate, isn't she?
女の子には刺激の強い事件ばかりです。
These incidents really might be a bit too disturbing for a girl.
怖がるのも無理ないんじゃないでしょうかね。
She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think it had a concrete reason behind it.
もっと確信じみたものだったように思います。
It felt like she was convinced.
なんていうのか、その。
Almost as if, you could say, she was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. As someone who looked like Rina, but wasn't Rina. That might be unrelated. All the strange things that I felt from Rina today came back to me.
そうですか。
I see.
では、こちらでも少し調べてみます。
And I'll be doing a bit of investigating on this end.
前原さんも少し竜宮さんの様子に注意してあげてください。
Please continue your observations of Ryuga-san, Maibara-san.
それはレナを見張れってことですか？
Are you asking me to keep Rina under surveillance?
そんな意味ではありませんよ、前原さん。
Because if you are, fuck no. That's not what I mean, Maibara-san.
お友達が次の被害者にならないよう少し気にしてあげてほしいということです。
I just want you to watch out for your friend so she doesn't end up the next victim. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver.
ケイチ、ちょっとここを開けてくれ。
Catchy! Get the door, please! Don't open the door. Catchy, whatever you do, don't fucking open the door. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's, oddly upbeat voice. Oh, I thought his dad was saying, okay, never mind. I thought it was a mystery person at the door. What could it be? It's so late.
すみません、親父が来ました。
Sorry, my dad just came in.
今夜はこれくらいでいいですか？
Can we leave it at this for tonight?
ええ。
Yeah.
夜分遅くに本当に申し訳ありませんでしたね。
My apologies again for calling so late.
何か分かりましたら教えてください。
If you find out anything else, please let me know.
こちらも進展がありましたらご報告しますよ。
I'll tell you if I make any progress on this end.
では失礼します。
Well then, have a pleasant evening.
圭一、早く開けてくれ。
Hachi, hurry and open up!
父さん、両手が塞がってるんだ。
Daddy's got his hands full. Daddy's got his hands full. No, this is one of the girls pretending to be Ketchy's dad. They all are very good at impressions. What is Dad doing? I had stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. No, it's not seeping in. It's just coming out verbally on stream. I am always like this. If you ever wondered, hey, this seems very paranoid of Austin. As I said earlier, this is like my normal thought process on a near constant basis. I'm just able to verbalize it on a stream. I mean, when I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. Fairly fancy spread for our household. There is even sugar and lemon slices on the side. Everything you could ask for. This was quite the show of hospitality.
何父さん。
What's going on, Dad?
それ、何のつもりだよ。
What's all this for?
もう、はぐらかすなよ、圭一。
Come now, don't play around, Ketchy.
入るぞ。
I'm coming in. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. But for my entire life, I've never seen him act this hospitable. What had gotten into him?
で、何の話をしてたんだ？
So, what were you talking about? I jumped. It's not something I had to keep from my father. Wait, does his dad think he was talking to a girl or something? It's not something I had to keep from my father. But how could I explain to him I was talking to a detective? I'm assuming he was, this late at night.
別に何も。
Nothing much.
友達だよ。
Just a friend.
電話の話じゃなくて。
I don't mean the phone.
来てたんだろう、今。
She was here, wasn't she?
レナちゃんが。
What? Rina-chan? Oh, I don't like this already. What the hell?
来てないよ。
She wasn't here.
もう、ごまかさなくたっていいぞ。
Come now, don't try to keep it from me.
さっきレナちゃんが遊びに来てたじゃないか。
She just came over to play.
だいぶ話し込んでるみたいだったから、お茶でもって思ったら、すれ違いだったんだよ。
You two were chatting away, so thought I'd bring some tea, but looks like I just missed her. Oh god. I had no idea what Dad was talking about. But a cold sweat dripped down my back.
どのくらい話し込んでたかな。
How long were we talking?
レナちゃんが2階に上がったのが半くらいだったから、小1時間くらいかな。
Rina-chan went upstairs about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess.
2階に上がったの、父さん見たの？
Oh no. You saw her come up to the second floor?
ああ、見たよ。
Yeah, I did.
圭一の部屋は階段を上がって奥の扉だよって声もかけた。
I also told her that your room was the door down the hall, up the stairs. Oh god. Rina came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. Probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside. Then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs and about an hour passed. He's just repeating it. He's so confused. Then passed by my dad and returned home. Then, after she came upstairs and after she left, where was Rina? There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs, meaning Rina had, for about an hour, in the hall. No, She couldn't have been standing in front of my door all that time. Oh, that's so eerie. Was she just listening to the phone call on his end? Ugh. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All of the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oishi-san about began rushing through my head. This is the thing. You can't show up. You have to at least give yourself a day and say you're sick and not show up to school. And you just never show your face again. It's done. Your normal life is over. You have to come up. You have 24 hours to come up with some reason you just can't go to school ever again. I say pleading insanity at this point, probably the easiest route to go. Because you just cannot. That is freaky as shit. You gotta look at your dad straight in the face and say, hey, there's some crazy shit happening, and I think she was just listening to me on the phone for an hour. This isn't right. Oh, it's creepy. Okay, all of the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oishi-san about began rushing through my head. Honey, don't tease him. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again. Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Rina might have stood all that time. Just now, as I was talking to Oishi-san, with my back turned, Rina was standing a mere 6 feet away. The whole time? All the time, in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from the two teacups ominously wafted, and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. Oh. We gotta go another section, alright? We can't end it like this. We gotta go another section. Alright, we'll read this tip, and then we'll do a quick BRB, and then we'll go one more section. Oh, I just got an achievement called Lies, and it says Lie to Rina, and it had an angry Rina face. Alright, July 1st, 1982. To Departments 1 through 12. Redacted Prefecture Police Headquarters. Director General XXX. To the Chief Constable and all faculty managers. Regarding cases situated in the Hinamizawa Village, notice. As cases in Shishibone City, Hinamizawa Village have been reported by certain sections of mass media. It has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. It has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. 1. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinomiya Station 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village housewife murder, dated June. Redacted. Okinomiya Station 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village student disappearance, dated June. 2. Non-disclosure of information. Okinomiya Station 1979, case number X. Hinamizawa Village site foreman murder, dated June. Shira Station 1980, case number X. Shirakawa Natural Park falling incident, dated June. Okinomiya Station 1981, case number X. Hinamizawa Village Shinto priest's wife's disappearance, dated June. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management. Redacted Prefecture Police Headquarters. Internal line. Redacted. Police Affairs Department. Redacted. End of chapter 8 is where we're at right now. Alright, I'm gonna hit up a BRB. This will be the hold music. Unless you'd rather have, like, go back to, like, this. You'll have it. No, you'll hear both then, so we won't do that. We'll just do this. Alright, I'm gonna get some water, and we'll read one more section here. So I'll be back shortly. Alright, I'm back. Sorry it took a little bit of time there. Just catching up on a thing. Has this music put us in the mood to read one more chapter? Alright, I'm thoroughly freaked out. In like a good way. But also in a bad way. I can say that pretty confidently here. Oh, here are my quick saves I accidentally did. As I was hammering buttons midway through the stream. Accidentally quick saving. Alright, let's go. One more chapter. you just cannot show back up to school like everything's normal. There's no way. How do you pull that off? How do you even begin to think about what you're about to say here? There's no way. Drive myself insane. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
ケイチ、
Kechi,
今朝は顔色悪いわよ。
you don't look so well. Oh, this is him. Oh, this isn't a perfect opportunity to say he's sick and just don't go to school.
昨夜は何時に寝たの？
When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. Oh, God. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. I gotta say, again, maybe shouldn't be comparing to Umineko, but like, Umineko, it was full of mystery, and like, obviously bad things happen in Umineko, but I never felt like that the sense of dread was never like a thing. And I always like, when I heard that this one's more like horror leaning or horror, like scary adjacent or whatever you want to call it, like, I was hoping that we would go this route for this. Like, I wanted this more dread like feeling. So I'm hoping we continue down this path or stay on this path. Because yeah, thriller like, like I said, like Umineko was very much like, oh, bad things happening, and obviously like murders were happening and shit. But I wasn't like, oh God, like this is uncomfortable. It was just like, oh, it's happening. Except not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I hit the mic with my shoulder again. I have a bad habit apparently of doing that tonight. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease.
風邪かもしれない。
It might be a cold.
なんだか食欲ないんだ。
I don't really have an appetite.
あら、
My,
ちょっと熱あるんじゃない？
you do seem a little warm.
どうする？
Well,
学校行ける？
can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It couldn't have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and I got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Also, it's almost like a lose-lose situation. Because you don't show up to school, the club knows. They know you know. They know you know. You know they know. Everyone knows, and you don't show up, they're going to take that as like a challenge. And we witnessed last night, apparently, according to the dad, Rina just came up to my room and apparently just stood there, most likely. So she is totally fine with making the situation uncomfortable. So like, the only way you get out of this is you just run away from home. Fuck it. Your life is different now. Change your identity. Find a new place to live. Be a kid on the run. Ding dong. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Rina. It was Rina.
レナちゃん迎えに来ちゃったけど、どうする？
Rina-chan came to get you. What are you going to do?
お休みする？
Are you going to take the day off? Rina was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky. Like she's quirked up. But she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Rina's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been my cold. It just had to be.
休む。
I'll rest.
ごめん。
Sorry.
じゃあ、母さんが断ってきてあげるわね。
Then I'll go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Rina, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I'm so uneased. I'd only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. Oh no, he's by himself. That's a bad situation. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would be back for dinner, but might be a bit late. On the note, it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There's also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so didn't know exactly where it was. Had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. Normally, I'd never be here, in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Erie or Irie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Nom nom nom.
Maebara-san, 診察室へどうぞ.
Maebara-san, please make your way to the examination room. There's something about this music that makes it even worse, because it feels like it's very going to be susceptible to quickly flipping a switch and being horrifying. It's going to drop, and it's, oh god. Rina's going to pull the curtain back and be like, just right here. After half-heartedly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I've been having lately, then it was worth it. It's gonna be like Majima Everywhere from Kiwami, but instead of Majima Everywhere, it's Rina Everywhere, and she's like in a doctor's outfit. She's under a manhole. She's gonna be dressed up as this little alligator mascot thing. She's gonna come out of everywhere and just run after Kechi because he's trying to avoid her. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. Sorry, I'm laughing at the name. Thanks for the follow. Oh my god. Alright, of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. Sorry, unprofessional of me. If it just wasn't for that word.
やっぱり鬼隠しかいね。
Must have been Onikakushi.
どうかね。
I wonder.
まだまだ若い子だけや。
She was still pretty young.
駆け落ちかもしられん。
Might have just eloped.
どこの誰とよ。
With whom?
季節のたびに東京もんが来ちょったろ。
A man from Tokyo who visits every season.
でっけえカメラ持った若者が。
That young one with the big camera.
あれと仲が良きゃったって話。
Didn't you
知ら
know?
れへんの？
Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomatake-san? I could feel my ears perking up.
そら知らんけど。
I don't know about that.
でも普通駆け落ちっても仁義あるだろう。
But you have to make preparations before you elope.
書き置きとか辞表とか書かんかいね。
Leave a note or quit their job or something.
ったらんかかんから駆け落ち言うんね。
It's an elopement because I didn't leave a note or message.
わきゃ看護師さんの顔見られんようなるわ。寂しいね。
The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad.
高野さんはしっかり者よ。
Takano-san is an upstanding young woman.
どこへ行ってもやっていけろん。
She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san. Takano. That woman with Toмотake-san. And she worked at this clinic? Yoshiro-san's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing. It didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far in the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved.
Maibara-san!
Maibara-san!
Konnichiwa.
Good day to you. It was Oishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me.
今日はどうしたんです?
What's up today?
学校はお休みですか?
School on break? Here, this is what we do. We go like this. Yeah, look at him. We always, when we go back to him, we just gotta go like, yeah! Alright, what's up today? School on break?
ちょっと体調悪かったんで、今日は休みました。
Just not feeling well, so I took the day off.
お昼を買って帰ろうとしてたところです。
I was about to buy lunch and head back home.
そりゃよかった。
That's great.
実は私、お昼に行こうとしてたんですよ。よかったらご一緒にいかがです?
I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together?
ああ、お体に触るようでしたら構いませんよ。
If you're not feeling up to it, then don't mind me. I was just going to lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't really have a cold.
地元の食堂だと嫌でしょう。
I expect you'd rather avoid using one of the local places.
町まで行きましょ
う。Let's go into town.
ちょっと走りますがよろしいですかな?
It's a bit of a drive. Is that alright?
私、おいしいお店知ってるんですよ。
I know a pretty good place. I'd finally begun to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. I went with Oishi-san, riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie.
ゆうべは遅くまですみませんでしたね。
I'm sorry about calling you so late last night.
ご家族に怒られませんでしたか?
Did your parents get angry at you?
いえ。
No. I recalled Rina, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thoughts still creeped me out. Is he even a police officer? We can only assume that the game is telling us essentially that he is. But he doesn't act like it, in my opinion. The thoughts still creep me out. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Toмотake-san died. They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Toмотake-san. Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye.
自分の爪で喉をかき破るという異常さから幻覚作用のある何らかの薬物によるものだと信じているのですが
They believe it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing out his own throat.
こういう症状、それも急激に引き起こす薬物はなかなかないらしいんです。
But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by.
もちろん検視解剖もそれを念頭に置いて十分に行ったのですが、手がかりはやはりありませんでした。
Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads.
漫画なんかによくあるじゃないですか。
You know that thing you see in comics all the time?
体内に取り込まれると分解したりして、証拠が何も残らないなんて、そんな薬。
Where there's a drug that doesn't leave any traces after being consumed?
ありますよ。
It exists.
演歌作詞何でしたっけ？
Oh, how am I saying this? Suchinical something or other.
まあ、結構あります。
Well, it's pretty common.
でもですね、富武さんのような症状を引き起こす薬物にはそういうものはないそうなんですよ。
But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitaka-san to react like that.
じゃあ、警察は富武さんはたたりで死んだってそう言うんですか？
Then, you're saying the police conclude Tomitaka-san just died from the curse? Couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. True! I just wanted the idea of a curse to be disassociated from Tomitaka-san's mysterious death.
悔しいですが、今のところは。
Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now.
ですが、死因はともかく、死ぬ前に何人かの人間に囲まれて暴行を受けたことだけは間違いありません。
But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died.
たたりでなく、人間が事件に関わっているのは疑いようがありませんよ。
That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionably involved other humans. That made me a bit relieved, I guess. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oishi-san into the shop. See, we're outside of Hinamizawa. At this point, this is where you take the opportunity and you never return. Hinamizawa is dead to you at this point, if I was catchy. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children here in the middle of a weekday.
2名です。タバコは、我慢します。
2, please. I'll make do with non-smoking.
こちらへどうぞ。
This way, please.
ご注文がお決まりになりましたらお呼びください。
When you're ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san in the booth.
どうです？
So what do you think?
このお店のウェイトレスさんの格好、可愛らしいと思いません？
Aren't the waitress's outfits here cute?
え？
Huh?
まあ、どうでしょうね。
Well, I guess.
このお店ね、いっつも大人気なんですよ。
The shop is always quite busy.
お料理よりもウェイトレスさんがね。
I've talked about on the thing is I've talked about on stream before how sometimes like I open myself up to vulnerabilities when like there's like a particular word that my brain just for some reason like freezes on, and then like I stutter on it, and then I know, and then I only in my head like make it worse a million times, and then at that point I just got to give up on the word. We just pass by like it doesn't even it never happened. All right. This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see. Oh God, Oishi. All right. Uh-huh.
大石さん、目がやらしいですよ。
Oishi-san, you're leering. Hmm?
そうですか？
Am I really? Creepily. Oh, look at that menu, dude. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table.
昨日、南沢の昔話が出ましたよね。
Yesterday, we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we?
ええ。人食い鬼の里だって言われてたって話でしたっけ？
Yeah, that was the village of man-eating demons. That it was the village of man-eating demons, or something like that.
私もあんまり詳しい方じゃないので、 うちのばあ様に今朝ちょっと聞いてみたんです。
I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my mother about it this morning. Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket.
なんでもですね、大昔はひなみ沢は鬼ヶ淵って呼ばれてたんだそうです。
Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi, the Demon's Abyss.
鬼ヶ淵
Onigafuchi?
すごい名前ですね。
That's quite the name.
今でもその名前残ってるんですよ。
The name is still around.
神主の妻が受水自殺した沼の名前は今でも鬼ヶ淵と言うんです。
The swamp where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Onigafuchi.
沼の底の底は鬼たちの住む国とつながってると言われてたんだそうです。
It's said that the depths of that swamp connect to the realm of demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous swamp.
でですね、
I'm a swamp! And you see,
鬼ヶ淵は恐れられていたと同時に崇められてもいたんだそうです。
that was a really half-hearted Shrek impression by me, by the way. I have to... that was so half-hearted. That wasn't even good at all. I always say I'm a very bad impression person. But damn, that was really bad. And you see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was kind of a deification. A village of inhuman creatures.
鬼たちはある種の仙人でもあったらしいんですよ。
A random question that popped in my mind. Outside of Rina, do I trust any of the other three at all? So other three in the group. Okay, so the thing is, Mion also was saying and talking, like, quickly dismissive of the thing. Of any questions Kechi was asking her, right? It also very much seems like, since she's the oldest, it seems like she would be a leader in, like, this kind of, like, very untrustworthy kind of group, which actually really pains me because I've now talked about how, like, Mion is easily, like, my favorite character so far in this story. But she, all things kind of point to her also being very not trustworthy at this point. Rika also has something going against her. She is the very tiny, unassuming, oh, she's so adorable and tiny. Of course, nothing bad would come from her because of such a tiny package, right? But I think that works actually against her. And that, like I said, she's got that, she can be, I bet she's just like terrifying somehow. Weirdly, if there was anyone now at this point that I would trust before the whole Rina thing happened, before that weirdness happened, I would have said Rina, sure. But Satoko, at this point, she's mischievous, but she doesn't seem like so far. Now, the easiest answer is probably if two of the four are at least seem really bad. The whole bunch is probably all together. They're all probably lump them together at this point, right? It's probably the easiest answer, which is unfortunate. Like I said, it hurts me if Mion is actually gonna end up causing some problems here. But so that was a very roundabout way of saying at this point it's hard for me to trust any of them. But if I had to pick one, Satoko maybe. The others just have too much going against them at this point. Oishi says, seems the demons were Senin, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts.
例えば、
Of
不治
course.
の病にかかった村人を鬼ヶ淵に運んで
Good question
治してもら
from
ったり
chat.
とかしたんだそうです。
Villagers with incurable illnesses would be taken to Onigafuchi to be healed, for example. Even if we are calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or Senin would be a more apt description.
鬼って言ってもそんなに悪い人たちじゃないみたいですね。
They don't seem like terrible people, even though they were called demons.
でもそこはやっぱり人食い鬼らしいんです。
But they were still man-eating demons.
ばあ様に聞いた昔話ではですね、息子を治療してもらった代償として連れてきた母親を食わせろとこうなるらしいんですよ。
According to the story my mother told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went.
息子を治療してもらった対価が自分ですか？
The price of curing her son was herself?
それは怖いな。
That's unsettling.
もちろん母親は息子を連れて逃げます。
Of course, the mother took her son and ran.
これをですね、鬼ヶ淵に住む村人、鬼たちがですね、全員で追いかけて取り囲んで捕まえたんだそうです。
Then you see, all the villagers of Onagafuchi, the demons, chased, surrounded, and captured them. The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine.
結局、母親も息子も捕まって食べられちゃったんだそうです。
In the end, seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten.
おしまい。
The end.
その話、矛盾がありますよ。
There's a problem with this story.
当事者の2人が食べられちゃったんですから、その話が残るはずがありません。
Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale.
ありゃ。
Huh?
昔話はこういうの多いですよね。
There are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee.
でもですね、
But, well,
他の昔話にも結構あるらしいんですよ。
there are quite a few other tales,
鬼ヶ淵の鬼たちが総出で獲物を捕まえに来るというのは。
where the demons from Onagafuchi band together to capture their prey. Recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped.
鬼たちの獲物は常に一人で、しかも前もって決められているらしいんです。
They would always hunt down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand.
Eh?
Huh? That caught my attention. Oishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant.
ばあ様が言うにはですね、鬼の狩りの時には絶対に邪魔をしてはいけない。
My mother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt.
家に閉じこもって布団をかぶってろって言うんです。
You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said.
つまり、どういうことですか？
So, what does this all mean?
獲物の人を助けたり、かくまったりしてはいけないんだそうです。
It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey.
鬼の狩りを邪魔しない限り、村人には危害を加えない。
As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers.
そういうルールなんだそうです。
Seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities. In other words,
ルールを破ったらどうなるんです？
what happens if you break the rule?
さあ、
Well,
何しろ人食い鬼ですからね。
they're man-eating demons after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it.
じゃあ大石さんはやっぱり村ぐるみもしくは村人数人の犯行だと見てるんですね。
Then, Oishi-san, I guess it looks like it's either the entire village or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes.
前原さんはどう思います？
What do you think, Maiber-san?
ああ、すみません。
Ah, excuse me.
コーヒーのおかわりいいですか？
Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking.
去年、サトシ君が失踪した頃から私は不審に感じていたんです。
Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Oishi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee.
それで、サトシさんのお友達、つまり前原さんのお友達グループの皆さんをちょっぴりだけ。
So, as friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your group of friends, Maiber-san, I had a bit,
本当にちょっぴりだけですよ。
really, just a little bit, okay,
調べさせてもらったんです。
of background checking done on them. If Oishi-san had said this to me before, I would have gotten angry at him for calling my friends into question. But as I was now, I couldn't.
とてもつまらない話になります。
This might sound pretty stupid.
前原さんがつまらないと感じたら いつでもおっしゃってください。
Maibara-san, if you feel that's stupid, please say so.
終わりにしますので。
I'll just stop. Oishi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oishi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Kechi. This is probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth.
お願いします。
Please. That was all I could utter. Oishi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began.
1年目の事件の被害者は現場の監督さんだったんですが、事件の数週間前に園崎美音さんと取っ組み合いをしてるんですよ。
The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san.
何度か。
Multiple altercations. Oishi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up.
2年目の事件で誘致派の夫婦が事故に遭いましたよね。
In the second year, a married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right?
現場にはお嬢さんも一緒にいたんです。
Their daughter was with them at the time.
それが北条聡子さんなんです。
Her name is Satoko Hojo-san.
え
Huh?
サトコって、サトコ
Satoko meaning Satoko? Oishi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. Calm the fuck down, Kechi. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down.
3年目には神主夫婦が亡くなられますよね。
The Shinto priest and his wife, who died in the third year? You see,
そのお嬢さんが古出里香さんです。
their daughter is Rika Furude-san.
リカちゃんが
Rika-chan was...
4年目に亡くなった主婦はもうわかりますね。
housewife who died in the fourth year you know already, don't you?
北条聡子さんの義理のおばです。
Who was the step-aunt of Satoko Hojo-san.
当時は聡子さんはご両親を事故で失っていましたので預けられていたのです。
She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, as she had lost both of her parents in the accident.
被害者宅に
She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I had thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But, clicking and clacking, it had snuck all the way to my feet.
ちなみに4年目に失踪した北条聡さんは聡子さんの実の兄になります。
The one who disappeared the fourth year, by the way? He was Satoko-san's older brother.
その、ちょっと、待ってください。
What? Just, wait, just a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Kechi Maibara. But Oishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard.
被害者たちはなぜかあなたのお友達グループに全てつながるのです。
All the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends.
偶然に決まってるじゃないですか。
That has to be just a coincidence.
前原さん、静かに、静かに。
Maibara-san, keep it down. This is why, dude, this is why fucking Kechi's like parents need to be protected. I would not be surprised. We mentioned it at the end of the last stream, and then like here, if we're just talking about it's people connected to the group of friends, right? And we already have the instance with the like I said, the note where it was like, oh shit, the mom and dad didn't make it to the festival because they overslept or something. Like, and they're technically outsiders. There's so many things going against Kechi's parents right now, where it's like, and the dad just lets Rina into the house apparently. Just let her in. Just let her chill. They're marked for death, I'm telling you. Maibara-san, keep it down.
みんな見てますよ。
Everyone's looking. Mion. Satoko? Rika-chan? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends, It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Rina's different, isn't she? Rina isn't connected with the victims at all.
リュグ・レナさんは去年まで茨城の郊外にお住まいでした。
Rina Ryuga-san was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year.
まあ確かにいずれの被害者とも直接の面識はありませんが。
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, you're right. If in theory we already had Tomatake and the dying and then the blonde lady nurse whatever disappearing. You're right. That's a good point. That's I accidentally hit the button. It would have to be a year from now. Are they even going to get a year from now? It's a good point. I don't know. I'm just saying there's still, whether it's going to happen or not, there seems to be a lot of factors going against Kechi's parents for one reason or the other. I don't know what it means. I haven't connected it all. I haven't connected the tendrils. I'm not Madam Web. I'm not everything's connected or whatever to me. Whatever the fuck the tagline to Madam Web is. But I'm just putting it out there. The line I accidentally skipped was, Rina Ryuga-san was living in the suburb. I already read that. Well, it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. Okay. He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected?
実は調べてみたら、リュウグウさんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school.
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
Seems she went through her school building and broke all the windows. Ah, she's a freak.
レナが
Rina did that?
学校中のガラスを割った
She broke all the windows at her school? That same spacey Rina had... I couldn't even imagine it.
3日間の謹慎が明けた後も復学しなかったようです。
It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school.
その間に神経科に通院し、自律神経失調症と診断され、何週間かの間、投薬と医師によるカウンセリングを受けています。
She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with, I'm going to try my best here, dysautonomia. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. Wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Rina's easygoing personality.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテに、レナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね。
And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rina-san.
その中に出てくるんですよ。
It shows up.
結構。
And quite a bit at that.
何がです
What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more to me to regret. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret.
出てくるんですよ。
She mentioned
親代様って単語が。
the word Oyashiro-sama. It felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Rina spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa?
親代様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。
Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night.
枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. Because isn't this kind of what he mentioned, what he felt like last night? He felt like a presence was over him, and he just attributed it to Rina, right? But what if he's got the same thing? It's happening! Just off yourself! It's over! Life is over! I always talk about how, like, you know, like, you'd make up scenarios with, like, your brothers and sisters. Like, what would you do in this situation? Like, the one that gets kicked around is, like, what would you do in a zombie apocalypse? And, like, how we'd always joke about how one of my older sisters would always say, like, oh, I would just kill myself. Like, if put into any stressful situation like that, in, like, a hypothetical situation, one of my sisters would always say, without a doubt, she wouldn't even try anything. Anything of any little bit of, like, outside pressure, and she would always Without a doubt, she would go, I'd just kill myself. She wouldn't want to, like, go through some kind of difficult life situation like that. So I'm telling Ketchy. This guy looks like John Kionis. Yes! Honestly, he's filming a What Would You Do right now with Ketchy. There's hidden cameras. I couldn't process what was being told. That's a good poll. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider. It's funny you would say, "What would you do?" Dude, my mom loved watching What Would You Do? I'm pretty sure that became, I think it was started as like a segment, but I think they ended up making it like an actual show. Me and my mom would watch that all the time. We loved that fucking show. Well, after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider. Huh?
住民票で分かったんですが、竜宮一家は元はひなみ沢の住人です。
According to their residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa.
レナさんがちょうど小学校に上がるときに茨城へ引っ越されたんです。
They moved to Ibaraki just as Rina-san entered elementary school. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension.
前原さん、大丈夫ですか?
Maibara-san, are you alright? And this is, again, where I have to say, where is the thought process of this man? Like, does he really think this is good to just be, like, pumping all this information into Ketchy? Like, I just feel like there's, like, a lack of, like, good. I don't know. I mean, he would probably claim that this is warning him of the situation and all, but, like, it all just seems so off. I don't know. It's like some twisted, it is kind of like a what would you do type situation, because, like, it's just like, what is he supposed to do with all this information? And I don't think Ketchy can help the guy so much in the investigation kind of part to this. Like, that's the original thing, was like, hey, can you let us know if you hear or see anything? But, like, Maibara-san, are you alright?
もう終わりにしましょうか.
Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here.
レナのことは分かりました。
Now I know about Rina.
じゃあその最後の被害者の富武さんはどうなんですか?
Then, how about the last victim, Tomatake-san?
誰と接点があるんですか?
Who is he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal.
全員ですよ.
All of them.
お忘れですか、前原さん.
Have you forgotten, Maibara-san?
みんなで楽しくお祭りの晩を過ごしたじゃないですか.
Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily?
何人もの警官が皆さんの楽しそうな様子を見ていますよ.
Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush.
そろそろ出ましょう.
We should get going.
ああ、前原さん。お昼の薬は飲みましたか?
Ah, Maibara-san, did you take your afternoon medicine? I'd completely forgotten about the medicine I'd gotten today till Yoshi-san said that. I got another glass of water, and we left the shop after I chugged it down. Rina's just hanging out in the car. We got in the car and returned to, you know, the fucking, there's like an old prank video or something. You always see like people making like cutting out like the chair seat and like having like their like, I'm not describing this well. I'm trying to do a thing with my hands, but you can't see me on camera. But like, they become like the chair in a car. She's gonna be like the front seat. She's like crafted. She has become the front seat, and then they're gonna start driving, and then she's gonna like reveal herself. I just think of like the prank videos, like when you roll up to like a drive-through window or something. The reference doesn't make any sense if you don't know exactly what I'm talking about. But we got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. Like I said, it's the Majima Everywhere system, except it's Arena Everywhere. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. But don't. That big jolt was from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. Right, exactly, like a ghost driving. Yeah, so like you have like you take out the seat and then you like just craft like a wearable like seat thing so that when you drive up and then you can like lean back and then just look like you're a seat. And then the minimum wage worker in the window who doesn't want to deal with your shit has to be like, "Oh, you got me." I was certain that I heard Toмотaki-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car.
お家の前まで送りましょう。
I'll drop you off at your house.
今日は病気でお休みだったんですよね。
You missed school because you were ill, correct?
長々とお話ししてしまって申し訳ありませんでした。
My apologies for the long conversation.
なんで俺に話すんですか？
Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer.
私、一応確認しましたよね。
I did check with you first, didn't I?
お話やめましょうかって。
If we should just stop?
じゃなくて、
Not that.
どうして俺に接触してきたんですか？
Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating the string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? I was about to make a joke. For some reason, I was just constantly thinking of Umineko as I'm playing this. Remember how like we got through all of Umineko and the first gameplay moment we had in the game was the selecting of the cake piece? Spoilers for Umineko slightly, I guess, whatever. What is going to be this game's one of those moments? Are we going to have like a moment at the end of the game where it's going to have like the slightest bit of gameplay? And what could it possibly be? I'm waiting for the moment. Alright, anyway, first of all, my mind's just wandering apparently. What could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi-san to reach out to me, then what would it have to be? That I was part of Mion's circle of friends who looked suspicious to Oishi-san.
私ね、今年で定年なんです。
It's like the most minor spoilers, and I'm pretty sure, I don't recall exactly, but I'm pretty sure I said at the beginning of this playthrough that, like, I was like, potentially, as I'm playing this, I'm going to reference things that happened during Umineko. Okay, I did. So, I mean, all is fair. Also, no offense, it was a pop-off moment, but the selecting of a cake piece without any context to it, and just the fact that it's there, the most minor spoilers, honestly. Oishi says, I'm retiring this year.
定年したらばあ様の意向で引っ越しちゃう予定なんですよ。
I plan on moving away after retiring as my mother wants.
だからこそ在職中にこの事件だけははっきりさせておきたかったんです。
So while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light.
で、大石さんは疑ってるんですよね。
So, Oishi-san, you suspect them, don't you?
みんなを。
All of them? Oishi-san didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings.
これはこの道30年の勘です。
This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on the job.
前原さん、危ないのはあなたなんですよ。
Maibara-san, you're the one in danger. Huh? Why would you tell the kid this? Jesus. I wanted to reply with that's absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it.
私は今年で定年ですから、来年の綿流しの日にはもういません。
Don't just tell him he's in danger. Put him in a fucking witness protection program or whatever adjacent thing you need to do. Jesus. Like, this guy. I'm so tired of Oishi-san. Fuck him. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year.
だから今年中に決着をつけたいのです。
So I went to settle things. Because here's the thing. I know we're talking about, like, oh, we have to wait until next year for, like, the fucking, like, for the next killing to happen. If someone is really committed to killing him, they don't need to wait till next year. Honestly. They're just gonna fucking do it. If they're really so inclined. Alright? Let's get over the I feel like we need to get over the fact that, like, oh, if a murder's gonna happen, we'll have to wait the next festival. Like, that's such a weird way of, whatever. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Wadanagashi, I might be the victim.
所長からも注意を受けています。
I've been warned by the chief as well.
一連の事件は個々に解決しているから蒸し返すなと言うんです。
Each incident in the string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again, or so I was told.
これは一種の圧力です。
This is the pressure that I'm facing.
圧力って何のですか？
Pressure? From what?
ひなみ沢の誰かです。
Someone in Hinamizawa?
着きました。
We've arrived.
この辺でいいですか？
Is this fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears.
今日の話はすべて忘れてくださっても結構です。
I won't mind if you just forgot everything I told you today.
ですが、私は捜査を続けますよ。
But I'm still going to keep investigating.
親代様のたたりは今年で終わらせます。
I'll end Oyashiro Sama's curse this year.
何かあったら連絡しろってことですか？
So, you're saying I should contact you if anything happens?
いいんですよ。
It's fine.
前原さんがどうしても連絡したくなった時だけでいいんです。
Just contact me when you feel you have to, Maibara-san. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying it.
ゆっくり休んでください。
Be sure to take it easy.
病気でお休みの時に良くない話ばかりして申し訳ありませんでしたね。
Sorry for throwing all this at you while you're still taking the day off. Let me retry that. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response.
私はいつでもあなたの味方です。
I'll always be on your side.
それだけは信じといてくださいよ。
If anything, believe that.
それじゃあ、失礼。
I'll be off now. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oishi-san was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing, and I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole.
畜生。俺、死にたくないよ。
Damn it. I don't want to die. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. He's so fucked. Oh, it's not actual end of chapter. We keep going. We keep going. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. Or at least not a save point. We're gonna keep going. I can keep going for a bit. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, I mean, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it.
もしもし、前原ですけど。
Hello? This is Myborough residence.
お、生きてた。もしもーし。
Oh, don't know. No, not Mion. No. Oh, he's alive. Hello.
ミオンだけど。
This is Mion.
具合はどう？
How are you doing?
圭一のお友達ですか？
Is this one of Ketchi's friends?
圭一は休んでますけど。
Ketchi is resting now, but
変わりましょうか？
shall I put him on? Huh?
お父様で？
Is this his dad?
すみません。
Sorry.
バカで
Idiot.
引っかかってやがるよ。
You fell for it. Huh? Kei-chan? After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me.
元気そうで安心したよ。
I'm relieved that you seem well.
レナもすっごく心配してたよ。
Rena was really worried, you know?
サトコはざまあないですわって喜んでたな。
Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved.
リカちゃんは病気でかわいそうですってさ。
Rika-chan said how unfortunate he's sick.
チェ、みんなで勝手に大盛り上がりしてたみたいだな。
Huh. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it.
まあまあ。でさ、ケイちゃん。
Well, you know. So, Kei-chan,
お見舞いに行っちゃ都合悪いかな。
is now a bad time to come pay you a visit?
お見舞い
A visit?
いいよ、そんな。重病人ってわけじゃないんだから。
No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying.
うちのバッチャが山ほどおはぎをして
Famous last words. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see.
お裾分けに持ってけって言ってんだよ。
I was told to share them.
だから持ってくね。
So I'll bring you some.
おいおい、風が移っても知らねえぞ。
Hey now, you'll catch my cold.
おじさんもレナもおバカさんだから大丈夫。
Not to worry. Both Rena and I are too stupid to catch cold.
じゃあね、
See you.
すぐ行くから。
Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about... I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with Mion. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later.
どんな感じ？
How are you feeling?
ちゃんと薬飲んで寝てた？
Did you take your medicine and rest?
そりゃもうしっかりとな。
I did just that.
元気そうでよかった。心配してたんだよ。
I just can't look at Rena the same way now. It's actually a very good job they did with like making Rena like actually terrifying to look at now. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried.
悪かったな。明日にはもう大丈夫だよ。
Sorry. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. Didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions.
ちょっとお邪魔しようかと思ったけど、まだ本調子じゃないみたいだね。
I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for that.
そうか？
Hmm? You don't say. See, my face appeared a bit sullen.
じゃあこれ、ケイチくん、
Then here, Ketchi-kun.
みーちゃんのおばあちゃんが作ってくれたおはぎだよ。
These are the mochi Mi-chan's grandma made. Don't eat them, they're poisoned. Rena held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty.
あ、サンキューな。ミオンのばあちゃんによろしく伝えといてくれよ。
Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion.
うん、
Yep.
その中にね、レナが作ったのも混じってるんだよ。
Ah, there's one that I made in there as well. It's double poisoned.
ケイチくんに見つけられるかな。
I wonder if Ketchi-kun can guess which one.
これ、今日の部活を欠席したケイちゃんへの宿題ね。
This is Kitchen's homework since he missed a club meeting today.
おはぎにアルファベットがついてるから、明日回答すること。
There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow.
お見舞いなのか部活なのか、どっちかにしろ。
Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities?
うんうん、元気元気。これなら明日は大丈夫そうだね。
Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow.
この騒ぎで熱がぶり返したらどうしてくれんだよ、まったく。
Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans?
みーちゃん、あんまり騒いじゃ悪いよ。
Mi-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket.
もう行こ
Let's go.
う。お家の人にも怒られるよ。
The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. Yeah, sorry, I see it. It's because the entranceway was a mess.
そうだね。もう行こっかね。
You're right. Let's get going.
そうそう、ケイちゃん。
Ah, by the way, Ki-chan.
なんだよ。
Yeah?
お昼何食べた？
Oh no, the music cut out. Oh no, she's making a face. Oh no. Oh god, I'm afraid. Go back! Go back! Get him out the house! What did you eat for lunch? The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate.
表で食べたよ。
I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change subject, then they'd read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied. Oh no, she's Noja. Now I'm just trying to reference, I'm pulling every reference of every video game I've ever played recently. It's Noja. I mean, a Majima everywhere thing. It's all coming back to this. Except, contrary to the efforts I made, there was a pause before they replied. Oh no, now Rina.
お昼は外食だったんだね。
So you ate out for lunch, Ketchi-kun. The glimmer from Rina's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me.
どう？美味しかった？
Well, was it good?
なんでそんなことを聞くんだよ。
Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I'd eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There's no way they could have known where I was.
渋いおじさまとご一緒だったみたいだけど。
Oh no.
誰？
Don't ask me. See? This is what I'm saying. You can't. You have to leave. You can't be here anymore. They're so. Seems you are with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. Oh, he's not smooth at all. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale.
へえ。
Oh,
ケイチ君、それ誰？
Ketchi-kun. Who was he?
ひょっとしてこの間の人かな？
Could it be the person from before, I wonder?
かな？
I wonder. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything.
なんでそんなことわかるんだよ。
How do you know that? Took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking.
さーてね。
Because
おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever.
で、ケイちゃん、何のお話をしてたの？
So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about?
ずいぶんと熱くなってたみたいだけど。
Seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too.
みんなの話はしてないよ。
We weren't talking about you guys. Oh, Keshi, that's very convincing. That's a good job. I'm sure they believe that sentence. I swear we weren't talking about you.
ミオンともレナとも関係ない。
It didn't have anything to do with you, Arena.
聞いてもないのにレナたちの名前が出るなんてなんだか怪しいな。
Isn't it a bit strange to excuse me, to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? Rina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, it felt like it was going to explode.
ま、何を隠れてやろうとも、おじさんにはすべてお見通しってこと。
Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it.
それだけを忘れないでくれればいいかな。
Remember that? I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly.
ケイチ君、顔色悪いよ。
Kechi-kun, you don't look so good.
もう横になった方がいいと思うな。
I think you should lie down.
そうだね。私たちはもう帰ろう。
That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. Do not eat that mochi. Do not eat that mochi. For the love of God, it might be bombs. Just throw it away. Just throw it out of the household, actually. Into the forest. I hadn't moved a muscle since I dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. The tiny bombs, yeah. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about to be... Oh, I have the coughs all of a sudden. Sorry. Just as the door was as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak. Creak. Sending my heart... That's like I'm an old-time radio program. Sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。
See you, Ki-chan.
Ah.
Yeah.
明日、学校休んじゃ嫌だよ。
I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, alright? Jesus. Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off into the distance and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard, from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing, and they were warning me that that was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole. As well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No. More precisely, the curse of the Colonel. That Mion, Rina, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against?
何バカなこと考えてんだよ、俺。
What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare. But for some reason, it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Kechi Maibara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Calm down. Okay, so it's funny that you typed that in chat about the curse of the Colonel. Because that's the thing. So me and Skeleration were talking about this outside of... This was a thing that we were actually talking about. So that's what she's referencing. See, we're referencing outside stream situations, but I'm glad that you decided to look it up, because that's exactly what we're talking about. The curse of the Colonel, of the Colonel Sanders thing, is a real thing, apparently, that I was just made aware of this past week. Being a thing. Alright, calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. It must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that day, it was the same with Rina. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oishi-san, and Rina was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Rina, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Rina was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomotaki-san, when I was told about Oshiro-sama's curse, things started getting crazy. Then hearing from Oishi-san that Mion, Rina, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't even have asked Tomotaki-san about the past incidents of the night of the Wada Nagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity. If I just hadn't. That's right. So that's why they fucked Tomotaki-san. Killed? I don't know. I don't know why. That's right. So that's why they fucked Tomotage-san. Killed. That impotent outsider speaking it to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. Yeah, it's like the TikTok censorship where it's like type out or they say, yeah. They'll probably... What? Why is it... Can they not say the word kill? Have we not said the word kill yet up until this point? Is this the first time we're approaching the word kill? They'll probably kill Oishi-san as well. For trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. I'm dying. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that is going to be fun. I can't, my brain cannot, like, not just read it as, like, fucked. Of course, a guy like that is going to be killed. Unalive. Yeah, that's the actual TikTok. Yeah, fucking unalive. Ah, shit. Alright, both... Did I read that line? So, of course, a guy like that is going to be killed. Both Tomotaki-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders, after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just follow Oishi-sama's curse, or Ayashiro-sama's curse, and just... die? What am I? I'm going crazy. What am I? Okay. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all.
あ、そうだ。おはぎ食べないと。
Ah, that reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. No, you don't. Fun fact, you actually don't have to eat the mochi.
どれがレナの手作りか当てないといけないんだな。
I hope I'm able to tell which one Rena made. I remembered the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh. This is quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then. They said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So well that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out.
この一個がレナのか否かが勝負の分かれ目みたいだな。
Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Rena's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made 1. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one Rena had made was this one, E. For a moment, I thought it might have been a trap Mion laid as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap.
よし。
Alright,
お茶も準備 OK。
my tea is ready too.
まずはディフェンディングチャンピオンのミオンのばあちゃんからだ。
I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma.
どれ？
Let's see. Why? Like, after going through everything, like, we just had a moment where he's, like, spiraling out of control. And then he goes, ah, time to eat this thing that just delivered by the freaks. Like, what? Huh? This truly does. This is him being like, I'm trying to force this back into a normal situation, right? Like, this is... He spiraled so far, he ended up back at the same place. He spun the chessboard a total of 360 degrees where he got back to the same place. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But, well, first a bite. Ugh. Don't do it. This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rena, the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I'd only had one bite of Rena's. I'd probably have to wait until I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there's something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Oh god, I'm fearing the worst. I'm fearing the worst, guys. Chew. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. Oh god. It didn't feel like something edible. So I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. What? What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act, and remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it. Ah yes, there was a hole for where thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer, but a voice inside me already knew, and let me know by chattering my molars together. See? This is what I'm saying. If it's surely a needle, and this was done nefariously, maybe I'm trying to give some credit to them. The fact that it's not rolling around to the next year is not gonna stop. It's not the next year's festival. Is not gonna stop this pair from destroying Ketchy. I think we're a fool if we ever thought that they would wait a whole calendar year or a full year to be like, hey, we'll get Ketchy at 364 days from now. But a voice inside me already knew, and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth and, after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again. But this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then, it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat! Plop! Splort! I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. Oh, there it is. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out of the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rina and Mion, and others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp. It's such a fucked situation. Ah, look at that. 2 more tips. The final things for tonight. Alright. Let's read this first.
単刀直入に自殺させる薬ってないんですか?
Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves?
直接的にはない。
Not directly, no.
遠回しですね。では間接的にはあるってことですか?
That's quite a roundabout response. You mean that there's one that does it indirectly?
自殺したくなる精神状態を誘発することはできる。ちゅうことだ。
It's possible to induce a suicidal mental state, is what I mean.
難しい言い方になりましたね。何ですかその自殺したくなる精神状態ってのは?
That's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be?
例えば、一般的な心理学見地から言えばじゃが、心理面が内向状態から外向状態に転じるときに、最も自殺が多いと言われちょる。
Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder. It's believed that people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state.
内向状態の時は自信を喪失し非常に悲観的だ。だが自殺もせん。
Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but rarely commit suicide.
自殺をする気力すらないからだ。
They don't have the willpower to commit suicide.
逆の状態もまた自殺をせん。
Nor does mania on its own lead to suicide.
今度は逆に非常に自信過剰で行動的なので、自らを順風満帆と思う。だから自殺などせんのだ。
That has an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they're walking on air. Thus, they do not commit suicide.
なるほどね。どっちの状態でも自殺をしないのに、状態が入れ替わるときに自殺するんですか？
That's interesting. Neither state causes suicide, but when the condition changes, they might do it, or do so.
内向状態には自殺願望はあるが、自殺という大仕事を遂げる気力すらもない。だが、外向状態が始まると、徐々に気力が充実し、体の自由が利くようになってくる。
There's a desire to commit suicide when in a state of depression, but they do not have the willpower to commit such a formidable act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower and their body moves as they desire.
なるほど。つまり自殺する気力が回復するわけですね。
I see. So it means they gain the willpower to commit suicide.
そういうことじゃのう。
That's how it goes.
だからこの時期に変な気を起こさんように処方箋を施すわけじゃな。
That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses.
では、富武氏はこの心理状態だったんですかね。
Then, was Tomitake bipolar?
一般的に自殺はちゃんとした文化的な手法で行われる。道具を使用してな。
People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit suicide by more civilized means, like, say, hanging or jumping off a building.
自虐行動とは全く違うぞい。
Self-harm, as though going through withdrawal, is completely different.
富武氏の自殺は文化的じゃないですよね。
Tomitake's death wasn't civilized.
ではやっぱり何かの中毒と考えるのが自然ですか。最初に言った自殺したくなる精神状態を起こす薬ってのを教えてください。
So, one would think it was caused by some foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that caused someone to commit suicide.
鎮痛薬の一部には心理を内向から外向に過剰転換させる効果があると報告されとる。
There are reports that methamphetamine overdoses produce a condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant.
それから催眠作用を持つ薬を異常摂取した場合にも異常行動が報告されとるが、あまり一般的ではないの。
Barbiturate overdoses are also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid.
その2つは検視の報告だと違うみたいですね。他の可能性は？
There were no signs of stimulants. Are there any other possibilities?
あとは病気しか考えられん。
All I can think of is as some sort of illness.
甲状腺異常を引き起こす病気にしばしばそれに似た症状が報告されとる。だが、それらは概して特徴的な症状が多い。
Something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid and is known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder, but Graves' disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own.
仏は違うの。
The deceased exhibited none of them.
もっと突発的に発生するものはありませんかね。今回のケースと合うような突発性で自殺したくなるようなやつです。
I wonder, is there something that could happen more spontaneously? Something that fits this case and would cause someone to want to commit suicide all of a sudden?
他には、そうじゃな。脳障害によって精神に異常を発生する状態じゃな。
Are you familiar with organic mental disorders? In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack due to physical injury or illness.
これは薬物中毒でも起こるが、脳の外傷や一部の病気なんかでも起こる。
It can be caused by drugs, but it can also be caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors.
つまり薬によらなくても異常な精神状態に陥る可能性があると。
Basically, Even without a drug, one can succumb to an irregular mental state.
仏は犯人に囲まれて命に危険が迫っとったんじゃろ。
The deceased was surrounded by after being chased, and his life was in danger, right?
極度の緊張が続いて、それに分泌異常が重なって、さらに打ちどころが悪くて脳に障害が起こり、自虐行動に走った。可能性もあるかもしれんの。
All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry, could have hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility.
もうちょっと省略して言ってくれませんかね。
Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? Bah!
つまり乱闘中に豆腐の角に頭ぶつけて、それで異常が発生したと言っとるんだ。
Basically, he knocked his noggin in the brawl, and that made him go haywire.
じゃあ星には殺意はなかったってことですかね。
That's funny. Guess that means the assailants didn't have any intent to kill.
ちょいと小銭を巻き上げようと思ったら、たまたま殴りどころが悪かったと。
They smacked him, hoping to nick some change, just happened to hit a bad place. The two plump men laughed hoarsely.
なんてわけはありませんね。
But of course, it's not like that.
いかにも
Undoubtedly.
薬物の常用にせよ、精神的なものにせよ、仏の身元が鍵を握っとるぞい。そっちはどうなっとるんじゃ。
Whether it's habitual drug use or something mental, the deceased's background holds a key. How's your investigation going?
あら、こんな時間。そろそろ戻らないとクマちゃん怒っちゃいますね。
Oh my goodness, look at the time. I need to get back soon or Kuma-chan will get angry with me.
おお、頑張れよ。
Yeah, good luck.
いいお年をの。
Best wishes.
いいお年を。
Best wishes. Best wishes. Threat. Threat.
おや今の皆さんは確か。
Those guys just now.
議員バッジが2人いたっすね。
They had national diet badges.
じゃあ、県議と市議の園崎だ。
Then it's Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki.
面白いっすね。親戚同士で県議と市議やってんすか。
That's interesting. Prefectural Assembly member and City Councilor are related.
これがずるいんですよ。お互いの名前で慈善運動バンバン。
It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's name during elections.
片方の選挙中にはもう片方が別に講演会を開いて二重に選挙運動やってんですよ。
While one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities.
堂々と。
Blatantly.
よくわかんないんすけど、それって公選法違反じゃないんすか？
I only knew the whole diet, like the national diet thing, because fucking the guy in like Persona 5. I was like, wait, what is the one like social link you could do with the guy who's like rerunning for election or whatever? And I was like, wait, I looked like at the time I looked just barely into it. I don't know much about this stuff, but it isn't against the rules of the election.
慈善運動にならない限り政治活動は無制限ですからね。クマちゃん、そんなんじゃ選対本部好きになった時大変ですよ。
As long as they have no prior consultation or no restrictions on their political activities, Kuma-chan, Second Investigation Division is going to be pretty tough on you. For you.
公選法くらいは勉強してください。
You should at least brush up on election laws.
俺、知能犯化は無理っす。バカですから。
I'm not cut out to handle intellectual crime, because I'm dumb. Same. There's Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki. Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. So, they're all influenced by the Sonozaki family. What crap.
お見送りしてんのは副所長とうちの課長っすね。
Looks like they were seen off by the deputy chief and the department chief. It came to me. that night when the department chief invited me along to get some Odin. I thought that was it. Odin.
大石さんは友達多いから聞いてるかもしれないけど、聞いてるかな?
You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something. Have you?
いえ、何も。
Nope, not a thing.
お母さん、ガモにはんぺん頼みます。所長のとこに議員の怒鳴り込みがあったんだよ。
Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and fish cake. Counselor stormed in on the police chief in a rage.
あれま、そうなんですか。あ、お母さん、私にもう一杯ください。
Oh, my. Is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl. Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza.
ひなみ沢事件の捜査の仕方で君を指名して陳情してきたよ。
A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled.
ありゃ、私はてはて。
Goodness me. I'm not the faintest.
とぼけるなよ。例のひなみ沢の過去の事件。
No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa,
蒸し返してるだろ?
aren't you?
私、富武殺しで手一杯でそんな余裕ないですよ。ね。
I've already got my hands full with Tomotake's death.
本当に?
Really?
本当にそうならいいんだけどさ。
I hope so for your sake. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink.
いやー、ごちそうになっちゃいました。今月は負けっぱなしだったんで財布つらかったんですよ。
Ugh. That's quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so I'm always feeling the pinch.
助かりました。
Much appreciated.
いや、いいよ。また馬教えてよ。
Nah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again.
大石さんと同じ馬を買うから。
I'll bet on the same one as you.
最近はダメです。
I've been doing well there lately.
馬の声がさっぱりですから。タクシー!
I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi! I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be a rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, he looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address.
ではではまた明日。良いお年を。
Well, see you tomorrow, or again tomorrow. Best wishes.
大石さん。
Oishi-san.
はいはい。
Yeah, yeah.
過去の事件は全部個別に終わってる。縦に並べるのはやめるんだよ。
Past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together.
村の連中は半ば本気でたたりを信じてるんだから。
Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Man, I love the trope of like old, maybe close to retirement, like police cop guy investigator wants to like look deeper into like cases. I fucking love that trope. It's so overused. Fuck, even in Yakuza Kiwami recently, there was the guy who was doing the same thing and was partnering up with Kiryu to try to figure out the full fucking situation. Against the wishes of like his superiors. It's just a good trope. Those villagers happily read that.
私だってたたりなんか信じちゃいませんよ。
Well, I'm not convinced.
大石さんは来年で退職じゃないですか。
You're gonna be retiring next, aren't you?
退職金でローン返してお母さんと北海道に引っ越すんじゃなかったっけ?
Weren't you gonna pay off your mortgage with your severance pay and move up to Hokkaido with your mom?
ばあ様がどうしても生まれの北海道に帰りたいって泣くんですよ。
Mother pines return to her birthplace.
最後のご奉公なんです。
It's the least I can do.
退職金はまあすすきので楽しむことにします。
And the pension, well, it'll let me enjoy myself in Susukino.
所長は退職時特別昇給を見直すかもってさ。
The chief said he may have to reconsider issuing you special retirement salary raise. public servant's severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire. So, special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee's severance payment. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. Incidentally, the difference that 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite significant.
さすがインテリの若所長は言い出すことが模範的です。でもまあ
I'd expect no less of our egghead chief. Quite the model veiled threat, but, well...
私たちの給料が血税で支払われてることを思えば、まあ時代の流れですかね。
Considering how our pay comes from the public's hard-earned taxes, it's the way of the times, I suppose. Certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway.
僕も模範的なこととは思わないよ。でもまあ、大石さんはそれだけの退職金をもらってもおかしくない活躍をしてきたからさ。
I don't think it's such a model response, but given how hard you've worked, it's not at all odd for you to take home such a good package.
僕としてはぜひもらってほしいんだよ。
Personally, I'd like you to get it.
もらえるもんならそりゃ欲しいですけどね。
If I can get it, well, of course I'd want it.
もらえるよ。大石さんが大人なら。
You'll get it, as long as you're an adult about this.
運転手さん、引き止めてすみませんね。お願いします。
Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Oh! Jesus.
参ったな。ローン返済できるかな。
No. Oh, man. Wonder if I'll be able to repay that loan. Can I get a... All right. Oh, good stream. Good stream. All right, what to talk about? So, good Higurashi. Sorry, stream. This one felt good. There lots of things happening. You know, lots of progress. Next Higurashi stream will be Tuesday night, of course, unless something drastic changes. We'll head back to the Tuesday night Higurashi. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth tomorrow. More of that tomorrow. Remember, if you're in a place that has time zone, the daylight savings time shit, that happens apparently overnight tonight. So you lose an hour's sleep. And of course, then the streams here technically adjust, but I don't have like a rough schedule. So really, they don't actually adjust, but like I would guess if you live in a place that doesn't, then they would, in theory, feel like a bit earlier or a bit later. Just, you know, just thought I'd give a helpful tip before we officially leave. Let me see this. It sounds like conversation a bit that Senozaki's might be pressuring the police to drop it. Makes me look even more suspicious. Already happened. Yeah. Senozaki's, yeah. It just adds to the whole, like, the you know the fucking the movie Hot Fuzz, where the whole town, village, whatever was all in on something? It's like that. This is basically Hot Fuzz. Is it 1:40 for me right now? No, it is 12:40 right now. The time change doesn't happen until like 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning or something. I don't actually officially know. 2. Okay. I never actually know, because usually you're like, oh, you're like asleep at some point. Yeah, I know. Explaining daylight savings and the actual like time change thing to someone who might not know it or live in a place that doesn't have to deal with it, it's a bizarre concept. Honestly, it should be gone at this point. I always talk about it. We always get teased. We always get teased that it's going away. But no, it's still around. It's still the stupidest thing ever. No one has any good reason for it at this point in our lives. But we're still subjected to it. Yeah, it's 2. I think they just picked 2 because it's like the most likely time to not... Maybe they're afraid if someone's like awake at like 2 in the morning and then their body just jumps to 3, like the shock of like time traveling, basically. Something like that. There's got to be some kind of like actual physical consequences. Something. Something like that. All right, more Higurashi. I'm actually really interested where we're at with Higurashi. We'll see some on Tuesday. And then again next Saturday as well for Saturday night. I assume. What's tomorrow? What's next week's date? The 17th? I think I'm going to be fine. No, the 16th. I think. I have to make sure. But I think I should be here. Like I said, Final Fantasy Rebirth tomorrow. We'll probably just be doing that and hanging out tomorrow. I don't think I have anything else to say. Oh, yeah. The only thing... Yeah. The sun still being here is nice. That's fun. That's nice. When we first switch times and it's like just dark before like you even clocked out of work or something, that sucks ass. That makes you just feel awful. So it's the reverse of that. It'll stay lighter longer at the end of the day. All right. Have yourself a nice rest of your night. Don't feel so much dread. Don't be a catchy. Reject catchy. Don't eat the mochi balls. They have needles in them. And don't go to school. Find a new home. Get a new life. I'm imparting wisdom, basically, from the story we just read. Yeah, I know. I mean, next time we read this on Tuesday, he's got to go to school. That's going to be awful. Awful. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Until next time.